AfPIF Day 2. We are back from the day 1. We had a lot of sessions. We had the welcoming session with the representative, all the speech, and then we had that very engaging data center panel. I can see that people did not have enough because even up until the end, questions were still flowing. Just a quick reminder about what we discussed yesterday. So once again, translation is available. So please, if you are not feeling comfortable with one language or the other, you can ask people there at the back and they will provide translation toolkit for you. What if AfPIF regional internet conference, different country, we go in different country, and you know this year we have participants from multiple countries, even one of our star from World Cup, Cabo Verde, so this year they are here. We are very happy to have them. Key stakeholder to interact in a relaxed environment. As you can see, we have bean bags. We are here to share experience and learn from each other. That one, I want again to emphasize it. Please be ready to share. There are a lot of people that are here to learn as well, so we are here for that. Unique opportunity to network and address challenges, and also we focus on the topic that we are here for, so cross-border interconnection, peering, content distribution, data center collocation, transit, sea cable policy and regulation. AfPIF through the age, we have been started in 2010 and now we are in 2026. You can see again all the places that we have been, organized by AFIX as the main organizer, RICTA as our local host, and Planet Swiss as our PCO. The AFIX Secretariat team, you have Kyle, Ashley, Maureen, Timothy, and Enoch. The AfPIF Program Committee, you have all those ladies and gentlemen that are here, that are there to help us to do all this, especially solicit talk, manage the daily schedule. As you can see, we are running up and down since yesterday. Volunteer to be MC, so all the MCs again are from the PC. Solicit feedback from you. Yesterday we asked after each session, please go umbrella and give feedback on the session, so we want to know what we need to improve. Provide input and guidance for future location of AfPIF, and if you have any requests or you want to join the PC, please send us an email, pc@afpif.org, and we'll be more than happy to have you in the committee. The conference Wi-Fi offered by our sponsor, Broadband System Corporation. Password is there, so it's their name with capital on each. Please review the agenda, attend the session, attend the socials. The one from yesterday was so good that this morning we are slowly coming into the room. So maybe we should remove the one from tonight, don't know. Oh, I will just restrict for the PC. PC only for the gala dinner, so we sure that everybody will be in the room. So please request bilateral meetings with other attendees, and also feel free to talk to them when you meet outside. Explore the expo area. We have a lot of sponsors that have a lot of stories to talk to you, a lot of things to show you. Hang out at the bars after hours. That one also works a lot. Yesterday, we had lots of discussions, very good and interesting discussions. Volunteer for the PC, and please give us feedback. Tomorrow we'll have a survey for the closing, so please give us feedback. Brella, which is our meeting tool. So here is the QR code if you are not yet on Brella, but most of us use it for registration. So normally everybody's on Brella. Show it yesterday again. Peering personals. Again, yesterday we had the first round of peering personals. Today we'll have a second round, and tomorrow there will be the last one. So please, if you have not yet submitted your slides for peering personals, send it at peer@afpif.org, and we'll be more than happy to have you on stage. Come for 1 minute, present your organization, and tell you where we can peer with you at. Key event location, we have the restrooms, so hotel hallway on the left or downstairs, so just before the area where we have the peering bilaterals. The bilaterals peering meeting room is also downstairs. Go straight, you will see all the tables, and please respect the table numbers. Sponsor expo area just outside here. The lunch is downstairs at the main lobby for those with the sticker and the orange around your on your tag. Photo booth at the registration area, coffee station outside here and downstairs. And if you want to post pictures, our hashtag is AfPIF 2026. Don't forget the code of conduct. Again, we want to emphasize that one because we want, okay. Maybe I should have put the first one on red. Please be punctual. Yes, that one. So tomorrow, please. Otherwise, we'll remove the gala dinner. Respect speaker and actively participate. Also interact with others in cordial and inclusive manners. Thank you to all the people that have been very kind to us, the French speakers. So thank you. Be mindful of different linguistic and cultural background. Keep track of your belongings. Again, yesterday, just a small, somebody lost a phone, so please reach out if you are the one. No discrimination, hostility, intimidation, or personal attack will be tolerated, and feel free to approach either the AFIX Secretariat or any PC member, and if you don't feel comfortable to come in person, again, you can report any incident at conduct@af-ix.org, and we will handle that. We also want to thank all our sponsors, and if you want to sponsor AfPIF because we needed to make such a big, very nice meeting, you can reach Timothy, and that's our person our key person for sponsoring. And on this note, enjoy the meeting. I have to go because my evil twin brother is somewhere and I need to go and find him. So thank you. This is hard to have an evil twin brother because it will always bring something last minute. So just a quick announcement for the gala dinner. So I was told that we have stickers for people registered for the gala dinner at the registration desk. So all the people that registered for the gala dinner, link was sent for people to register. So please, if you are registered for the gala dinner, go at the reception desk. The people there, the ladies and gentlemen there will help you and give you a sticker. Obina, am I good? I can go now? I need coffee. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mike.
Good morning. I think Cedric needs an entertainment show. How many of you guys think that? We need Cedric the entertainer. And I think Obina will be his sidekick. Good morning again. We have a lovely, lovely lineup ready for you guys today. We'll start off with, I believe, a conversation that has been very key in AfPIF over the last many years. Inland engagement. What is happening on the continent? What is happening inland? What does fiber connectivity look like? What does undersea connectivity look like? And as usual, we've got Patrick Christian to take us through that. That will be starting shortly. After that, we'll have a market update for Rwanda. Take a look at what the market looks like in Rwanda in terms of a fiber layout, connectivity, future plans, current plans, and how that is going. That will be done by Maurice Kajangwe, who's from the Ministry of ICT. And after that, we'll have a look at a bit of the region. Look at Uganda, look at DRC and the surrounding area and figure out what does it look like? What does the market look like? And I believe that will be a very, very good takeout for us today. So let me not take up much of your time. Let me step aside and welcome Patrick Christian to talk to us about Beyond the Shores.
Hello. I don't know if you can see me or hear me now. Are we up and ready to go? Can I hear the audience at all, or am I just talking into space? Yeah, okay, thanks, Kyle. Okay, nice to see you all. I'm very sorry. Well, I mean, you're very small for me, but I'm sad that I'm not with you, but I'm happy here to talk again. So, and unfortunately for me, I just see you as teeny tiny. But anyway, let's get right to it. What we'll be talking about is Beyond the Shores. We're going to be looking at network trends like I usually do. All this data that I'll be talking about is from our the data we collect directly from providers, whether they be ISPs, submarine cable operators, data center operators, et cetera. And the data that we just got in most recently that it hasn't actually come out yet, you guys get to see it first, is our IP network, IP backbone research. So this is fresh data. What we'll cover is, we'll be looking at, since we're in Rwanda this year, or some of us are at least. Okay, great. We'll be looking at landlocked versus the coastal Africa. We'll start with a little bit of history and kind of start high view and then maybe go a little bit closer, but we'll be tracking the evolution of bandwidth growth, content, location, pricing, but comparing coastal versus landlocked the whole way. We'll also be looking at that, then focusing on African bandwidth infrastructure trends, the intra-African growth versus to Europe, and just demand trends in general. So let's get started. Okay, this is the map of the major IP routes connected to Africa. So this includes both to Europe, inter and intra-African. And historically, as you've probably heard many, many times with me talking, historically over 80 to 85% of the international bandwidth in Europe has been connected to, in Africa has been connected to Europe. This is starting to change, but right now, if you look at all of the capacity, this is what it looks like, all of the international connectivity. 9 of the 10 largest international routes are to Europe, but there is one large route that's in the top 10 in Africa, and that's Kenya to South Africa. Talking about the 85%, if we look here, if we look at Africa as a whole, international connectivity, it's finally dropping below 80% to Europe. And that was in 2024, and now it's actually accelerating. A lot of this happened around 2023. We see with a couple of very large cables going in, prices dropping, much more capacity, and then some unfortunate cable breaks that there was more capacity added on. And so we saw a big jump in 2024, starting in 2024. Looking a little bit more closely, when we're talking about Africa as a whole, okay. When we're looking at Africa as a whole, you see 2 distinct trends. You see North Africa versus Sub-Saharan. North Africa is almost, for international capacity, is connected directly to Europe. This means, so it's 100% of the connectivity is to Europe, which means in Northern Africa, they are not connected to their neighbors. They're connected more to Europe, and this is, seeking content, and a lot of the content is based in Europe. But if we look at the turquoise or the light blue line, that is sub-Saharan Africa. And here we see a big change where we're seeing the connectivity, the dependence on Europe, or connectivity to Europe has finally dropped below 60% and seems to be dropping pretty fast now. If we look back historically, and we look, of course, when we're talking about international connectivity to Africa, a lot of it, of course, focuses on the three main, hubs in South Africa and in Kenya and in Nigeria. So if we look back historically, from 2009, 2012, when the first major cables were coming online, we see right away within a year or two, growth in connectivity or the amount of capacity connected to a country. So this is all international capacity connected to a country. We see South Africa shooting out ahead because they well located, they get both sides of Africa for capacity coming down, back up to Europe. And then we see just a couple of years later, we see the major growth where it really takes off in Kenya and Nigeria. But if we continue to look a little bit further, about 6 to 8 years after the initial major cables went in or went live, we do start to see some of these landlocked countries starting to have a bump in growth. And it is a little bit delayed, but we do see growth. And then if we look at the second round in 2023, 2024, up to 2025, this is where we see a big jump where the major cables came in, and we saw almost an immediate growth of some of these landlocked countries in capacity, which was kind of interesting. I didn't expect that. Now, if we look at, since we're in Rwanda, I wanted to look at South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. And the light blue is connectivity to other African countries. So this is intra to other African countries. And the dark blue is to Europe. Now you see with South Africa and Kenya, since they're kind of the major hubs that add a lot of the initial connectivity back to Europe, we see South Africa is a little bit, almost half of it is connected back to Europe, but a huge amount of it as well is connected to Africa. It's kind of a hub for Africa, and it's growing as a hub for Africa as a whole. And Kenya, surprisingly, you would expect, if we look on the Nigerian side, we see that it's almost 75 to 80% is back to Europe, so not as much as a hub to neighbors. But we see in Kenya a little bit different. We see that they do have a lot of cross-border connectivity that is actually, there's more intra-African connectivity in terms of total capacity than there is to Europe. We see that growing. Now, if we go inland, so those are the coastal. If we go inland and look at Rwanda and Uganda, this kind of makes sense that you see almost all of the international connectivity is to other African countries. But we do actually, as time passes in the last couple of years, we're seeing, instead of just connectivity to the neighbors, so for example, like Uganda or Rwanda to Uganda to Kenya, we're seeing direct connectivity, for example, from Rwanda or Uganda to Europe. And this may change over time as well, as we see maybe as more content localizes in these areas. Now, if we break down where the capacity is going in Kenya versus Rwanda, we see that in Kenya, almost half of the international capacity is to two major countries, but South Africa is number one, and then France is number two. So this we're seeing a big change where we're seeing a lot of the connectivity that used to go back to Europe, we're seeing it go down to content located in South Africa. So as we see, for example, the hyperscalers, cloud providers, these larger kind of content providers having localized content, we're seeing a lot of the traffic shift down south instead of going north. And then if we look at Rwanda, almost over half of the connectivity is to Uganda, and we see a lot of connectivity coming from that direction, but also directly to Kenya, but also getting connectivity from DRC and Tanzania. And now let's go through kind of take Europe out of the equation and look at just Africa. These are the top 20 countries in terms of international IP capacity. And what we see is out of the top 20, we see that 15 of the 20 are coastal. Okay, so they definitely advantaged being on the coast, being closer to where the submarine cables are landing. And then, but we do see in the top 25 landlocked countries, and those are the ones that are circled in the slide. Ethiopia, and if you notice, for the red dots are the last year, the growth for a 4-year CAGR, and we see that all of the landlocked countries are growing fast, or are the fastest growers. Of course, some of this is due to starting point, and some of the more mature markets aren't growing as fast, but the landlocked countries we are seeing pushed up into the high growth for international connectivity. And now this is the map. Once again, you guys always get this first before we show this to anybody else. This is the intra-African routes. And let's go back. This is back to 2022. And the thickness of the lines indicates the capacity, total capacity of the route. And then how big the circle is for the country is how much international capacity they have. And we see this, the lines are pretty thin at the beginning, but we've jumped to 2024. And then we do see like the Kenya-South Africa growing, and the Uganda-Kenya is a very large route as well. But you're also seeing other ones around in the west, Nigeria, Togo to Nigeria. A lot of that might be Equiano. And let's see. Okay. Sorry about that. But we're seeing growth in certain areas. And if we go to this, now look at the growth connecting to South Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia. We really start to see a lot of growth in 2026. We saw it really take off in 2024, but here we're seeing, and if we look at the specific areas in this, what I'm showing, even though those lines look like South Africa to Kenya, it looks like it's a terrestrial route. Really, the vast majority of that capacity, or at least 3/4 of that capacity, is via submarine cable. But in the areas that I've circled in red are kind of growth areas that are landlocked countries where we're seeing a lot of new growth. In the west, we're seeing around Burkina Faso, it's very active, to nearby countries, Cote d'Ivoire specifically, and Ghana. And then if we look in the south, South Africa connecting to all the neighboring countries, but one of the biggest routes is to Zimbabwe, and then to Zambia. And then in the east, we see the growth on the Uganda-Kenya and the Rwanda-Uganda routes. Pretty large routes. They've really been growing the last few years. And a lot of this growth, we see, sub-cables, see a lot of capacity coming in. We're seeing prices, a lot of the international pricing dropping. So we'll talk a little bit about pricing for the next couple of minutes. In this slide, we're looking at the 10 versus 100 gig IP transit. This is really just to give you an idea of pricing based on geography. If we look on the left, we see a lot of the very mature markets in South Africa and Nigeria and in Kenya. But then if we see on the right, we see Kigali and Kampala landlocked. But the pricing is matching or getting close to what we're seeing in, for example, Kenya. So there used to be a much, much greater difference between the two, and we are seeing prices starting to come down. And of course, when we start seeing prices coming down, we see capacity rising and we see the growth of IP international capacity. And then if we take a look at this IP transit, looking at, once again, the major hubs of Joburg, Lagos, Nairobi, and then Accra and Kampala. Okay, we have the representative for the landlocked in Kampala, and this is really illustrative of kind of prices dropping into the same band or bracket as some of the major hubs. So this is good. Not if you want to sell at a high price, but for traffic and traffic growth, it's great. Okay, so let's look a little bit at the demand trends. This is what we're looking at here is based off of, I've talked about this the last 2 years. We do a lot of, when I come, for example, and speak at AfPIF, we're looking at all of our data sets, and I usually have slides from all of our disparate data sets. But what we've done within telegeography is kind of put all the data sets together to kind of get a picture of the different cities and how they rank in these 9 major areas: data centers, IXs, pricing, cloud infrastructure, long distance transport, local access, power, etc. In this way, we can kind of compare across the board, compare city to city. And here, since we're in, or you're in Kigali, wanted to check out the difference between Kigali and Nairobi. And actually, the differences weren't as large as I thought they would be. But if we look at the different data sets or the different groups of data, it's really only the cloud infrastructure that's really different. So meaning we have cloud data centers and a lot more cloud presence or hyperscaler presence in Kenya than you do in Rwanda. But in other areas like IXs, good, pricing is coming down, that's pretty good, local access pretty good. So comparatively speaking, pretty close. We're just looking at the cloud infrastructure that's lacking, but also if we're tracking the trend of capacity, et cetera, moving in from the coast, this is where we see you don't see a lot of the hyperscaler or the cloud build in the landlocked countries, but maybe we're seeing it or we'll start to see it soon. And then based on these same data sets, we rank different connectivity hubs. So the top ranking for Africa as a whole, and sorry for all the North Africa, but focused on sub-Saharan here because Egypt ranks pretty high and a couple of the North African countries rank fairly high. But top ranking for Africa otherwise is Johannesburg, then Cape Town, Nairobi, Lagos, Mombasa. Not a lot of huge surprises there. But if we go past the top 5 or 6, and we look at the chart to the right of the list, we see in green versus blue, the landlocked countries, and not too far behind in rankings. So this is a good sign. And then if we look at biggest gainers, this is where we see a slowdown, especially over the last year. Well, we see a slowdown in certain aspects or not growing as fast in specific areas. And a lot of this is hyperscaler, but we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But here we see most of the fastest growers are still the main hubs that are primarily or all on the coast. And for demand side, of course, looking at internet penetration based on from this World Bank, so a couple of years off, but it still gives you a good idea what's happening. Africa, internet penetration is 40% according to World Bank, the average, but 30 to 40% is what we see. South Africa is the highest for sub-Saharan group with 78%. Trying to get the AMP6 out of the way. With 78%, but in most cases, the coastal countries have had slightly higher internet penetration, but we are seeing growth that's pretty good in Rwanda, Zimbabwe, and a few other places like Burkina Faso. And Uganda, what the heck, 9%? I think it's based on the methodology of the World Bank methodology, but we'll have to talk with with Kyle about that. Okay, now looking at internet penetration, let's break it down by mobile versus fixed broadband. So if we look at the 4G, looking at 4G, hey, if we look at the landlocked countries, growth side, growing fastest growth. Once again, maybe because more of the more mature markets are already slowing down a little bit, but at least we're seeing a lot of growth in a lot of the landlocked countries. So Ethiopia, Rwanda, Uganda in the top, and then Burkina Faso, Zimbabwe, pretty good too. But leading in 35 to 55% growth. So that's 4G is pretty big. 5G, it's kind of hard to do charts on 5G because it's just starting. So, if you can't do CAGRs more than a 2-year CAGR like I did. Otherwise, a lot of them fall off of the chart. And here actually for Rwanda and Burkina Faso are at 0. So they're there to be representative, but but 5G really hasn't started yet. Or well, we'll hear actually in the next presentation where they are in the process. But in our data, the data that we have access to, we see Zimbabwe, Uganda growing fast, and Ethiopia going through the roof right now. But once again, starting from a very small base, growth is huge. Whereas if you look at South Africa, who's a little bit more mature, the growth is a little bit slower, but still pretty high. And then for fiber, this is just fiber broadband growth. Here, once again, in blue, the coastal versus the green inland. And we see the markets that have, they're more mature markets for fiber. Growth isn't as high, but still, I mean, look at Kenya, it's over 50%. So the scale here is like, I mean, even 20 to 40% is pretty good. But we see like in Zimbabwe and Rwanda where even though it looks small in this chart, it's still pretty high growth. But Burkina Faso is growing very fast. And Nigeria too, kind of shifting over to fiber from other fixed broadband. And Uganda is doing pretty darn good too. And this is a 3-year CAGR. And then this, just looking at internet exchange, there wasn't a huge amount of growth. I'm sorry, this is like, we still based in 2024, 2025. But it's to give you an idea more of, if you look, these are a number of ASNs by IXP. If you look at the major kind of hubs in Joburg, Cape Town, Durban, and then in Nairobi, Mombasa, and Lagos, there we see, the larger, more networks connected, et cetera. So this is more to compare the major hubs versus more inland and the growth inland, which it's growing, but it's still, very slow compared to the coast. And then data centers, same thing. This is not a huge amount of difference from last year. And in fact, that's why I didn't update the year on this. But remember, an important thing to remember for Africa in general, for data center, is in volume of data centers, sometimes we see higher numbers, but we have to keep in mind that a lot of these data centers aren't the carrier neutral data centers. And this is where we're seeing a lot of the growth, is in the carrier neutral data centers versus the data centers, operator data centers, like the mobile operators, et cetera. So slow but growing inland, whereas we see still a ton of the major numbers of data centers, and growth is still on the coast. And let's round this out with the Africa's cloud landscape. This is what it looks like right now. Actually, for Morocco, one of the two of Oracle's cloud data centers has launched since the slide was made. And but for all of Africa is 8 live and 2 planned regions. South Africa, of course, has the most cloud regions with 6, 4 in Joburg, 2 in Cape Town. Morocco, there's a little bit of movement there. We are seeing on-ramps now, which is usually an indicator of seeing growth in the nearest future in Nigeria and in Kenya. And then Oracle has another data center, which their data centers, are usually like one zone, so on a smaller scale than a Microsoft or an AWS. But still, there's still activity. But we didn't see a huge amount of change over the last year or so for Africa. It's mainly driven by hyperscaler, but for data centers. But and we all know why, and this is what we're all talking about. But actually, I'll go to the last slide, which is looking ahead. I'll start with the not so good for looking at growth in general. Is after this like huge amount of growth in 2023, 2024, and a lot of activity and investment for data centers, et cetera, we do see a slowdown, especially latter part of 2025 and into 2026, of this focus and investment in data centers in general, but capacity is going crazy. But we kind of see a shift in investment, of course, from the hyperscalers away for their focus on AI, and so we see a focus away from most regions except for U.S. and Europe. That's where we've seen the focus of investment for AI. So I think we've seen some projects that have slowed down in Africa, and we're seeing on the data center side, but not on the capacity side, a little bit of a slowdown. But we'll see. I think it's a temporary thing. Very positive guy, but I think it's just a hiccup and a slowdown, and then we'll see what happens for next year. But the good, and this is a big good, is less dependency on European content. So the data centers that already are in Africa, we are seeing the inter-African connectivity increasing. I say steadily, but I think, especially for landlocked countries, we're seeing a lot faster growth than I expected anyway, when we saw kind of crunch the numbers this last year. So we see a lot of growth there. So landlocked countries poised for growth, prices dropping. So as we saw in the slides, prices dropping down into the same kind of bands as we see in maybe not the non-South Africa, but more the Kenya and Nigeria price range, which is a good thing. Once again, once we see prices dropping, we're seeing a lot of capacity growing, and seeing a lot of activity on the terrestrial long haul. A lot is happening kind of within Africa in a lot of the terrestrial builds. A lot of movement there that's helping the intra-African growth. And like we were saying, the demand looks good. 4G is going like crazy. 5G is just starting, but on the way. And fiber has really been growing pretty fast the last 2 or 3 years. So lots of opportunities to grow. 40% average, a lot of room to grow and to see a lot of good stuff happening. Oops, wrong way. I think I had this slide left. The new interconnection map is coming out soon. Okay, it was paused for a little while. But a lot of this data that you see that I just showed can be found on 2 different free, and most of you know this already, but on these 2 maps for cloud infrastructure map is all the cloud stuff, the CDN data, et cetera, is all on the cloud infrastructure map. And then we also have the submarine cable map, which is kind of the famous one. And that's it for me. And I just have to say, well, thank you very much for having me. And it's weird not being able to look at you while I'm speaking. So you're very tiny. So I miss being there very much, and have a nice rest of the conference. I look forward to seeing you all next year.
Hey, please bring Patrick back. There are a few questions for him. There are 2 microphones. One is placed right there.
Yeah,
the other one is right there. Patrick, I've got a first question for you. Someone online is asking an interesting question as soon as I can unlock my handset. Sorry about that. But in the meantime, I think, Brian, you can go. turn the mic on.
Turn it on.
All right. I think as we sort out Brian's microphone,
Right.
Patrick, there's a question online.
Check.
Oh, sorry.
All right, Patrick, can you hear me? Brian Longway
Yes,
here.
now I can hear you.
Yeah, Brian Longway here. So, very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. I've been building networks as an operator for the last 30 years, starting in Kenya, of course, and more recently focused mostly in the Central African region, Malawi, Zambia, to be specific, also landlocked countries. The interesting thing that I have seen that is contrast to what you just shared is, yes, it's exciting and amazing that countries like Uganda and Rwanda have experienced such amazing strides in terms of lower costs for international connectivity, almost coming close to the submarine connected countries or the coastal countries. But they're
I lost you.
Check. Okay, sorry. We're having technical issues here with equipment. There are still many countries that are landlocked that have a different story. And I'll just give an example quickly of Malawi and Zambia. Today, the price for IPT in Malawi is $5.5, the lowest price. Lowest price. You still get $10 in some places, right? Zambia is averaging about $3. And you'll see this repeated in a few of the other smaller landlocked countries. The question then comes up, what is different about Uganda and Rwanda and their environments versus some of these other countries and their environments or what are the success factors, if I may use that terminology, for Rwanda and Uganda, lessons that can be learned and applied across the board. I'd like to posit that one of the major issues is the cost of internal and the competitiveness of internal fiber transmission, backbone fiber. At least for Malawi, that is the big obstacle. Bandwidth gets to the border at a really relatively decent price, but to transport it inwards, there's only a couple of options, and these guys charge a premium. So to get it to the markets, it then gets marked up significantly. That's an opportunity. It is a challenge. There may be other factors for other countries, but it would be good to hear from you as well as from others in the room. I'm sure there are much smarter people than me around about the same. What can be done, or what kind of interventions can help such countries? Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, part of it, we see from a very high level what's going on. So it's hard to see the factors, but at a very high level, it's competition. And you see the more providers that you have in there, you see the prices dropping. So it's super basic, and you have to look at like the regulatory regime, et cetera. A lot of factors, but I mean, it's just the number of providers or competition at a very high level is where we see the big difference. But once again, that doesn't really help you to give you a good idea. But I think within the people around you, maybe somebody else can add to it to give, I don't know, maybe anecdotal evidence or what's happening within other countries with similar. But I mean, Uganda, Rwanda, and DRC, et cetera, all of them were in the same situation not too many years ago. So we can look at what's been happening in these countries, either on a regulatory side or just competitive side, see what's going on to get some clues on to what other countries can do that are not yet seeing the prices drop or seeing the competition.
Thank you, Patrick. I've got a question from someone online. This is Danson Ngumo. He says, why are hyperscalers the only cloud providers? why are hyperscalers the only cloud providers being referenced? There are local providers as well.
That's true. That's true. But from how we collect the data and where we have seen what we're tracking, once again, very high level, we're tracking international capacity, kind of where it's going, where it's being built, et cetera. And the largest hyperscalers are the ones that kind of are moving the markets. So we track the larger ones because they're good indicators of where we see growth in many markets. So we do actually cover a lot of the smaller clouds that are not the hyperscalers, but other cloud providers. But I mean, there are a large number of cloud providers, very on small scale, you know, or hosts, hosting, you know, companies. So there are many. And right now we also, we're doing GPU as a service, looking at providers, cloud providers, the GPU service, but a lot of these in the very small companies just starting out. But almost all of these are in the United States and Europe. So as some of these markets grow, we'll be covering more. And for us as well, being in Africa, and why some data is missing for maybe some of these smaller countries in Africa is based on who we can get data from too. So usually in smaller non-competitive markets, it's harder to get data because you don't want to give your data if you're the only provider or there's only two providers. So that's one aspect of it. So a lot of the markets that we cover and I have my slides for and that we see a lot of growth are markets that are competitive, where you have multiple providers and they are sharing their data to, you know, kind of benchmark and see where they're going. So that's why it seems skewed. We can have the data on the smaller markets, but it's very limited.
All right, thank you, Patrick. Any other questions, guys? Please go ahead.
Hello. All right. Thanks, Patrick, for that insightful presentation. I'll attempt to add voice on why it's driving prices in East Africa, particularly Uganda. My name is Roland. I work with MTN and Baobab, and I have the privilege of viewing how the wholesale is growing. And one of the factors we've noticed that we've jumped from lower capacities to 10 gigs and 100 gigs requirements. And that is easy to drive costs down because we are able to deliver those services at a much lower costs. But as well as we've seen a high influx of growth of FTTH infrastructure driven by competition. So we are having a high spike of fiber to home growth, both in Uganda and Rwanda, and that drives capacity to grow, lowering the price. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Roland. Any other questions? Patrick, it looks like you satisfied everybody in the room. From where I'm standing, I'm seeing smiles, satisfied guys. You say you see them small. Good one. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Please, a round of applause for Patrick.
All right, thank you. Okay. Thank you. And I'll see you all next year. I will be there.
Awesome. Thanks, Patrick.
Okay. Take care. Next slide.
Let's move on to the next one. This will be a market update from Rwanda. I'd like to ask Maurice Kajangwe from the Ministry of ICT to please come. Please do welcome with a round of applause.
Good morning. Can someone put my slide here? My name is Kajangwe Maurice, Director General in charge of digital transformation in the Ministry of ICT and Innovation. Sorry? I think you hear me now. Okay. I'm happy to share with you some digital infrastructure landscape in Rwanda and I'm happy to share with you the journey that we passed through for digitizing Rwanda, and also get feedback from you, and also answer some questions. If we go to the governance and the leadership in Rwanda, how ICT is governed in Rwanda, the Minister of ICT and Innovation put the policy and the law. We have also the implementing agents, which is the Rwanda Information Society Authority, and also the regulator, which is Rwanda Utility Regulatory Authority, which gives the licenses of operators and manages spectrum and the numbering, and enforces also the quality of the service. If I talk about the journey that we passed through, we have RENAX establishment in 2004, and mobile internet have been launched in 2007. And also we have in 2011, the national fiber backbone reached all 30 districts in Rwanda. And we have also KTRN, which was the wholesaler of the 4G LTE in partnership with the government of Rwanda. If we go to the market structure, we have 2 mobile operators, while we have 28 registered as an internet service provider. And we have over 7,000 kilometers of fiber optics. On the global level, in the report of doing business, Rwanda has been ranked as the second, which shows how the government of Rwanda is eager to support the investors. On the connectivity and access side, we have an internet subscription per 100 inhabitants, which is equal to the 74.5%. This can be easily accessible on the rural quarterly report. This figure was as much of 2026. Now it is growing. On the mobile teledensity, we have 97.1 per 100 inhabitants. That means the Rwanda currently we have about 14 million people. That means we have about 10.6 million active mobile subscribers. We have a very low number of fixed internet broadband. We have 0.5, about 0.5% fixed broadband. And if we go to the consumption, we have an average 4.1 gigabit monthly mobile data consumption. We have also the digital gap dividend. If we go to urban, among of 100 urban people, 57% have access of the internet. They remind they don't use the internet, while in the rural it is only 19%. On the figure of the fixed internet, many people consume the internet via fiber to optics. We have 84.6 those who access the internet via the fiber to home internet. For the physical infrastructure, we have over 7,000 kilometers of fiber optics that reaching all the districts and also cross-border. Cross-border internet to the international capacity pass through to the Rwanda, to the Kenya and via Uganda, and also to the Tanzania via Dar es Salaam. On the infrastructure sharing, someone has asked why Rwanda has the lower price of the internet. It is because of the policy and the regulation. We have the regulation related to the infrastructure sharing, passive and active. That make easier for the newcomers to invest in as an internet provider. That's lower the AFIX. For the data center, we have a neutral data center 3. One is for in the Kigali Innovation City, where it is collocation area where you can come and bring your infrastructure and put there. And we have Track and the AOS, who also can provide the collocation, but also the cloud computing. For internet exchange, here we have, I apologize, it is 2014. We have Richter, who operated the Linux. It started to operate Linux in 2014, not in 2009. We have over 20 peering using our Linux, including the global content provider like Meta, Netflix, and the Cloudflare, and so on. For retail data pricing, on the MTN 2 GB per month, you can get it on 1.36 US dollar. If we go to the internet also on the calls and also the voice, you can get 2.04, 1 GB per day, and also unlimited call. For the wholesale bandwidth, here we have the challenge because we are the landlocked. We provide the premium around 1 to 3 US dollar per month per 1 Mbps, so that you understand it is a huge cost. If we go to the outlook on the regional interconnection hub, it is not the first time that we host AfPIF. It is the second time. The first time it was in 2022. And now we are happy to host again in 2026. That shows how Rwanda is eager to play the role on the internet connectivity and the peering with our friends and neighbors. For the carrier neutral data center, it shows the opportunity for investing in Rwanda. We are not operator lock-in. So you can go and put your infrastructure in any data center and also work with any operators that you want. Ranked as the second in doing in World Bank Be Ready 2025, it shows how you can come and invest and get the benefits. So the law, the regression, the facilitation that the government of Rwanda can provide to you give you the opportunity and also the benefit for doing the business in Rwanda. We acknowledge also that we have the challenge of device penetration and also the cost of the data. And urban and rural access gap. That is the area that we have to put effort to increase the internet and the connectivity in Rwanda. Thank you a lot. That was my few things that I can share with you, and also thanks to Patrick's. It has almost everything that I talked here. Patrick has passed through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morris. Any questions for him? Please feel free, stand up, get the microphone, and ask away.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Can we go back to the last slide before thank you? Just the last one. Was there a problem with the slide? It says $2 for 1 gig per day. Is that 1 gig per month or per day? I was a bit confused about that.
That is 1 GB per day, but per month. Every day you have 1 GB that you can consume.
Right, for the entire month.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Morris.
Thank you.
A round of applause for Morris, please. Very insightful. Next, I'd like to ask Samuel Yeboah from C-Squared. He's going to talk to us about Uganda, DRC, and the surrounding regions. Most welcome. Round of applause for him, please.
Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. We are in East Africa, so I will do this presentation in Swahili. So for those who don't speak Swahili, I encourage you to get to the translators. Sorry, just that by the way. My name is Samuel Yeboah. I'm the group CTO for C-Squared. And I'll be taking you through DRC and Uganda, primarily because we operate in those two countries, and we've decided to touch on those two countries because if you look at the geographical size and even where these two countries are located, they have a unique story to tell the story of the challenges, the opportunity in the continent. All right. So the main topic is building the next infrastructure for Next Africa digital corridor. And I'll be doing this through 4 lenses: the market development, infrastructure gap, operational realities, and opportunities across those 2 countries that I've mentioned, that is DRC and Uganda. Yeah, just to give us a snapshot of some key parameters on this geographical context of Africa, especially the landlocked countries. We know Africa as a continent is really huge, blessed with a lot of natural resources. And 16 out of 54 countries are landlocked countries, and that also represents 30% of the countries on the continent. 27% of the population are found within these landlocked countries, and 28% in terms of land size are landlocked countries, which means that they don't have direct access to the ocean. And as we're talking about internet, we know the difference or the challenges between the countries that have access to the ocean and the landlocked countries. Some other data point that I wanted to share with everyone, and this also based from experience as we operate in mainly East Africa and also West Africa. For East Africa, for instance, the landlocked country could pay as much as 3 times the cost of 10 gig compared to those at the coast. And in West Africa, it's even worse. They pay close to 13 times what the coastal countries face. I would cite a typical example. I wouldn't mention names to be specific, but I was in one of the landlocked countries just 2 weeks ago, and talking to operators, they pay about $150,000 for a 10 gig. And that's one of the big countries within the region. And if you even look at their total internet consumption compared to the population and compared to the needs, they could even do more, but price has become a bottleneck. So this is just for us to reflect on as I go through the slides as well. Now zooming into DRC, and from the previous slide, if you look at the size of DRC and Uganda, we all know how huge DRC is. Today, from the data, GSMA data, active mobile subscribers in DRC is about 69.4 million, and that is active users within 90 days. And when we talk at mobile internet users, that's about 34.5 million. We have mobile money wallets, that's roughly about 28.2 million. And as huge as DRC is, when we talk about fixed broadband lines, that is 25,000, which is still less than 0.2% of the population. In terms of the annual data download for DRC, we're looking closely about 1.2 billion plus GB traffic, and this keeps on growing year by year as users also increases. Then the total revenue for data is roughly about 307 million, which run up to an average of about 1.3 billion for DRC. What are the infrastructures behind this? As I mentioned, DRC is quite huge, as we all know, a country in the continent, but its fiber footprint currently is standing roughly above 12,000 plus kilometers. And this is based on a number of factors, right? And operating in that country for almost 5 years now. It's a market with a lot of opportunities, but the challenges, constraints one to scale as fast as any entity that want to operate in that space would desire. But our brothers BCS, I'm saying our brothers because we all operate with almost a similar business model, are doing so well in terms of increasing the footprint in DRC, and that's roughly, that's 12,000, and they're still scaling. We are also doing quite some work in DRC, but our numbers are not huge like this. In terms of internet exchange points, currently, DRC has 3 internet exchange points: Kinshasa, Goma, and also we have the Africa Center Internet Exchange. If you consider the numbers in terms of population, I think we should be doing more than this, but currently this is what is available. Then in terms of data center as well, we have the only open, neutral player. It's open access data center. There are a few that are still spread out, but they are mostly the private ones. And Lumumbashi, which is the eastern part of DRC, eastern part of DRC still have its content routing outside the country. And yesterday, when we talk about data sovereignty, these are things that could get all of us to reflect, because if we really want to restrict everything in country, we might also be denying some of our citizens some privileges. And this is a typical example. Lumumbashi, for instance, most users take their traffic from Zambia. So there's something that could cause all of us to reflect more as we talk about data sovereignty. But the good thing is, as infrastructure scale, and I pointed earlier, The new network, backbone networks and the internet exchange are starting to make this local hosting more commercially viable. It's not going to be something that will change overnight because the bottlenecks and the constraints are quite huge, but as we move along, I'm sure the storyline will get better. Now, the eastern and the northern parts of DRC, and the picture tells a million story. I'm sure most of us that operate a fiber network day in, day out, especially within the West Africa corridor, one of the things that we suffer from is fiber cut. And most of this fiber cut is as a result of mining activities or road constructions. And as you can see from this, imagine you need to build an infrastructure to traverse in an area like this. The challenges that one could have. In terms of the realities on ground, I've bucketed this in two folds. The first one is actually the power deficit, and we know we can't talk about connectivity in the absence of power. DRC still has a power deficit in terms of national grid access that is less than 20%. So even if you have the best fiber build, the latest equipment, and you don't have a reliable power, you still wouldn't be able to deliver the desired service to your customers. Then geography-wise as well, as I mentioned, it's really a huge country. To get a backbone connecting the eastern part, that is the Lubumbashi, all the way to Kinshasa, it's not a joke. The logistics, even to get a right-of-way, I mean, having clearance to deploy such an infrastructure is really a tough one. So in this case, fiber is not the only solution that one could rely on as well. Then security, which is one of the biggest, and this is not only in DRC. So we're talking about prices of the landlocked countries compared to the coastal zones as well. Security has contributed to most of this. And I'll still use an example of a landlocked country in West Africa, where that country, I wouldn't like to mention the name, but that country is sharing borders with 3 coastal countries. One way of getting traffic is through, if we use the first country, one of the challenges is getting a reliable link, a cross-border link, through the first country. The second country has the most reliable link, but the way infrastructure is managed in that country is fully monopolized. So there is only one entity that can operate backbone in that country. And therefore, they are charging premium price on transporting. Now, the third country that has a lot of options also has a security issue at the boundary, at its borders. So this country is left with probably only 2 options. The first option is not having the most reliable, the second, reliable but cost. And these are things that are really impacting pricing when we talk about the landlocked, high prices of data in the landlocked countries as well. And DRC is also part of that list as well. As I stated, the conflict activities impact deployment, maintenance, and all this affects our connectivity businesses as well. Then the last bucket is also the cross-border protection. Eastern DRC heavily relies on the interconnection through Gambia and Rwanda for its resiliency and IP availability. Where infrastructure and investment can unlock growth, and the first bullet is really pushing fiber past Kinshasa to Katanga corridor. As I mentioned earlier, BCS is really doing a great work in terms of increasing the country's backbone footprint. The second one is multiple and head and internet exchange point. As huge as DRC is, we need more internet exchange point that should really be interconnected with reliable backbone facilities. Then diversifying data center beyond Kinshasa. DRC is not only Kinshasa, but as you said, it's a huge country. And making sure that we strategically positioned all our data centers at this location as well, and also getting them to interconnect. Now, with power infrastructure, yes, still improving what you call green power, because still the deficit is so huge that we would have to find more innovative way of not depending on diesel, because one, the cost of it as well, which would at the end of the day translate into prices that consumers would have to bear. Then the fifth bucket bullet point I would like to touch on is engineered deliberate transport redundancies. As we said, the geographical nature of DRC, for instance, it's not that it's not possible, but for now, to get everyone connected, you can't do everything through fiber. So we'd have to explore the other options like Leo today to bridge those gaps. Then last but not the least is to convert the mobile money scale into a broader digital investment. Today we are talking about 29 million mobile money subscribers, and plus interoperability rails, which when we really adopt the GSM-A model reform, this could unlock roughly about $3.5 million. Okay, so these are things that I think, well, when we really focus on this, would really help unlock growth in DRC. Now, looking at Uganda, comparing the size of Uganda to DRC, it's like almost 5 or 6 times the country. So let's look at the Uganda numbers. Today, mobile subscribers in Uganda stands at 49 million. And when you talk about mobile internet subscribers, that's roughly about 20 million. Mobile money stands at 39.8 million. Then when you look at the fixed line subscribers, we are talking about 140,000 compared to 20-something thousand we saw for DRC. And what has contributed to this huge variance is the existing infrastructure. Then quarterly data downloads for Uganda. Today is about 267 million gig, and this is on quarterly basis. So if you compare this as well to DRC, considering the population and also the footprint, then the gross industry revenue for Uganda in terms of data as well stands about 465 million quarterly. What is driving these numbers we saw a few seconds ago as the infrastructure available in the country. Uganda today is doing roughly about 71 or 72,000 kilometers of active fiber compared to, so if you look at the size of Uganda having this number of active footprints compared to DRC, you see that there's a huge variance. So I'm not surprised when you see things like fixed wireless, the numbers are more than like 5 times what DRC is doing. But what does this also leave us with in terms of infrastructure? The internet exchange point today, Uganda has only one internet exchange point, which has been active since 2001. The maximum traffic at its peak is about 40 gig. But just a few months ago, the government has also launched an internet exchange point, which is going to be the second. And probably this would also contribute to some positive results down the line. Data center as well still have a huge gap. Raxio is the first neutral, carrier-neutral facility hosting peering and also Google Cache. And beyond that, MTN, Airtel data center as well, including NITA, are also available. But I think most people really feel comfortable being in the carrier-neutral places than other data centers that belongs to other competitors. So we need more of this as well in Uganda. The net effect of this is traffic growth is outpacing the exchange and host capacity needed to keep that traffic. Now, in terms of infrastructure investment, the connectivity, coverage, the first bullet I would highlight on is the coverage into usage. Only 17 million out of active 47 million mobile subscribers uses mobile data. Last mile fiber and affordable devices, as well as rural coverages, convert into revenue. And one thing I would like to call here as well, sometimes the availability of infrastructure does not necessarily drive usage. There could be other factors. One is the purchasing power of the people, government policies as well. And I would cite this typical example. A couple of years ago, when the government of Ghana decided to slap some tax on mobile money transactions, there was a serious decline. And some of these policies as well, government thinks would help, ends up harming the ecosystem. So having the infrastructure in place is not a full assurance that that would translate into positive results. Other factors also contribute to this as well. Then building hyperscalers ready capacities, and as we said, currently it's only Ratio that is available in Uganda. And the market or the industry in Uganda needs more carrier neutral and also hyperscalers ready infrastructure as well. Then the third bullet I want to talk about is keep interoperability, which is very, very important so that people would have seamless connection and seamless service when we integrate the various systems and platforms that we have built to help drive the ecosystem. Then last but not the least is close the affordability gap. And this still remains a topic in all markets. And I think it's something that operators, service providers, and government still need to actively work on. So it's not only impacting Uganda, but the entire, our continent. Yeah, so beyond the two countries that I've highlighted on and also where we operate, Cisco as an organization, that is what we also try to solve through our corporate strategy, to invest in open access broadband infrastructure across the continent. And today we are present at 20 plus data centers, still adding more. We have over 100 customers, and in terms of our fiber footprint, we have close to 7,500 we are still building, either organically or through partnerships as well. and this mainly on our terrestrial links, excluding our submarine. In terms of customer site connectivity, we are doing over 8,000 today. And gradually, we hope these numbers would continue to increase. Thank you.
Any questions for Samuel?
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation, Samuel, on these markets. You mentioned the internet exchange in Uganda. So it's a case where there's been a long-running, pretty successful community-run exchange. All the telcos seem to be connected, and you are peering there and liking it. But then obviously, we've seen in successful markets multiple internet exchanges coming, but it's the first time I've seen a government intervention where a government has come to build a data center in a place where, come to build an exchange point where a successful ISP is already there. Yeah. And this is also funded by the World Bank, who seem to put money into this. So World Bank is supposed to be investing where they see gaps, and there obviously wasn't a gap. So I guess the question is, are we communicating as the IXP community and the carriers using internet exchange points? Are we communicating with government about our success stories, and particularly with development banks, especially as you have World Bank Group as your shareholder? So how is the disconnect coming that governments and development banks are intervening where we're already succeeding? Thank you.
All right. That's a tough question. Yes, that's a tough question. I think, yes, there is that level of communication between service providers and government. But for me, the missing gap is government priorities, where government should really focus when it comes to the ecosystem. Some investment made by government, for me, there are a lot of projects, I don't want to mention names, that government, maybe through the World Bank, investing, and those projects it's just like a child dying before walking. So it's about government rather positioning itself as an enabler to create the right atmosphere for service providers than actually try to implement or invest in certain infrastructures that shouldn't or is really not their core business. Yeah.
That was an amazing presentation. Thank you very much. I definitely want to speak to you afterwards. But I'd like to sort of follow on to Ben's question. And just to say that it seems recently, in the last maybe few years or so, there is an increasing level of interest from governments in Africa in the topic of internet exchange points. It's almost beginning to become a sort of beauty contest that they go to their meetings and they say, oh, we have internet exchange points here, 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 and then this one says, oh, we only have one, right? I'm saying this from the outside, seeing what's happening, and more often than not, you then have a kind of knee-jerk response or an intervention from government that is ill-informed and that is more focused on optics rather than on market forces or inclusion, which then ends up messing things up. We've seen this happen in Malawi, and it has kind of really not just confused, it has also convoluted peering, directly interfered with and diluted and even blocked and stalled the opportunity for community-driven exchange points in Malawi to be able to mature. My question is not really directly to you, but it's to the room and also to AFIX, Kyle. I think there's a role for advocacy in this regard. All of us have a responsibility to take positions and be able to start producing some type of advocacy instruments that can be targeted at not individuals, governments, but our collective governments, maybe through the African Union, maybe through the regional trade blocs, etc. We used to do a lot of this during the early days with AFRISPA, right? Coming up with position papers and then pushing them into their regional meetings, making sure we storm their meetings and present these papers and tell them, hey guys, you're doing the right thing, but you're doing it the wrong way. Yeah. Hold on. Let's sit together and work together to build a better internet for the future and for posterity. I think there's a role for that before we begin to see more of this happening in other African countries and messing up the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, and probably what I would also add to that is, I was in Lagos last year, West Africa Peering in Cotonou a few months ago, and this. I stand to be corrected, but almost all of us here are service providers. I've not really seen anybody from the regulator from any of the countries here, and probably maybe in our next conference, we need to kind of drag some of these guys along, put them at the office and bring them to the right floor. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Joseph, and I'm from South Sudan. The challenges or the opportunities that you present in Eastern Congo sound to be similar to what we experience in South Sudan. And I thought when we talk about that region, you would bring that on. What is your perspective on that, in that region?
Where, to be specific?
South Sudan, that is South Sudan.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, well, Cisco, as I mentioned on my last slide, honestly, we are working aggressively to increase our footprint across the continent. In terms of our expansion, there are a few things we are working on. And currently, it will be too early for me to voice out anything about South Sudan. But I'm sure in the near future, we would be presenting on South Sudan under C-². Yeah. And our expansion strategy is not, we are not only focusing on organic growth, but also through partnerships as well. Yeah.
All right, we'll take the last question.
Good morning. My name is Juma. I lead the solutions and products team for China Mobile here in Africa. Thank you, Cedric. But my question is about IXPs again. So it seems to be from the slide you presented in Congo, and I'm seeing this across, especially in East Africa. Every other small town is having their own small ISP. And as a global operator, and most operators here will bear with me, that you don't want to peer with every other IXP because it's diluting your ASN and your content. So what happens in West Africa, I see, is they have a regional IXP that congregate all these IXPs together, and that makes it easier for us as global operators also to distribute content. Is this what we need to do in East Africa as well, and how do we get there? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll see this, put it in 2 layers. I think first there needs to be that national exchange point first, well established, before it's kind of get into the regional level. Because once you have the national exchange point and it's not well established, or it's well established, and you also connect that with your neighboring countries, then gradually you scale, and that makes things a better, easier, and seamless for everyone. So I would say, yes, there'll be some success story in West Africa, but there's still room for improvement. Sometimes I'm working on a project where I want to get other Francophone countries interconnected, but few challenges. But we are maturing. whatever we are discussing today, the story wasn't the same 5 years ago. And I'm sure that in the next 5 years when we meet again, most of the numbers or the success stories that we are sharing would be far better. So through advocacy, through engaging the right stakeholders, I'm sure we'll have a proper story tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, if I may just, on this question, just a comment. When it comes to regional IXPs, interconnection of IXPs, there are multiple schools of thought. Some people think that it's not good to interconnect IXPs. Meanwhile, some others think that, yes, we can connect IXPs. And also, it depends on the context. So in the particular context of DRC, this is a huge country where the cities are very far from each other, and the IXP should not compete with the ISPs, so the transit provider. So meaning that interconnecting those three cities mean that the IXP will now be a competitor of the participant. So those are reasons why people won't interconnect IXPs, but there is more. So most of the time, I mean, what you need to understand is that it's contextual, and it will depend. But I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you so we can go further on that, as I have, I would say, a global oversight of the overview, sorry, of the region, to not take too much time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel. A round of applause for Samuel, please. Cedric, please do assist for both Maurice and Samuel. Please to come. Appreciation gift for our speakers this morning. Michelle will assist in handing this over to them. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them, please. Samuel, please. A round of applause once again. We are running a little bit short of time. We do have a coffee break. I would like to ask that you take a very quick coffee break, 10 minutes, and we are back. It's 5 minutes to 11. Let's come back into the room at 11:05. As we head out, once we come back, there will be a short video played to give us guidance on how to make use of Brella once again. And all the presentations that you've had today are available on AfPIF's website, afpif.org. Just go under agenda and everything else. Peering personals as well. Yeah, please do send your slides for peering personals to peer@afpif.org so that we can be able to receive them, prepare them, and engage with the rest of the people. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Just a quick reminder to all the attendants, please, those who registered for the gala dinner, go to the registration desk and make sure that you get your, I'm colorblind, I think it's orange sticker for those who already registered for the gala dinner. Please go, and otherwise you will be considered as no-show and you won't have a seat. Me, I will be more than happy. Less people, more food for me. So please don't forget. Brian, to you. Thank you.
Great. Welcome back, everybody. So this morning we're sort of taking a spotlight on landlocked countries. We're calling them inland countries. Because I've been living and working in one of them for the last 10 years, I've also picked up a little bit of jargon. And in Malawi, they prefer to refer to it as being land-linked, not land-locked. Nevertheless, coming up, we have 3 more countries that we're going to hear from. And I'd like to, first of all, ask if Joseph Gama from South Sudan is in the room. Joseph? Yeah, thank you. Joseph, please come. We're looking forward to hear from you more about South Sudan.
The slides coming up.
Good morning. Hello. Everyone still having breakfast? Good morning. My name is Joseph, and I'll just be taking you through this presentation I've prepared here. So basically, it's just to give you a perspective of South Sudan, which is a landlocked, land-linked country. And we'll be putting up our first IXP. So we expect that to go live possibly in a month or so in South Sudan. So like I said, my name is Joseph Gama, and I'm the chapter president of the Internet Society, which is a non-profit chapter of the institution that was formed like 2 years ago. So we have been leading this process. I'm also an entrepreneur. I run 2 of those entities that are based in Juba. We're leading. I'm currently leading a team that is looking to set up the IXP, the SSIXP in South Sudan. This is just basically a small snippet about our organization, who we are and what we are doing, and the sort of relevance we have in the ecosystem in South Sudan. So most of the stakeholders that you would engage with in South Sudan are part of our community. And if there's anybody that you're looking to get in touch to or with, if it came through us, we'll be able to link you to that particular person. So that is our relevance in the ecosystem. South Sudan has a population of about 12 million people. So this is a census projection. Another will be conducted very soon. It's a country that is heavily dependent on its neighboring countries because it's landlocked, so the fiber has to come from somewhere. At the moment, we have 2 borders that are serving us with fiber optics, and one of them is Uganda, and the other is Kenya. So for us, similar to other emerging economies, I mean, these are post-conflict countries. You can see down there, our electricity penetration is quite low. Usually people look at that as a problem, but I usually like to say it's an opportunity for investment in those particular areas. What is our current landscape statistics like? So far, we have about 1.6 million users, which is a very small amount if you compare that to the national population of 12 million individuals. So that's which is coming to around 13.2% penetration. So we have a very big population of about 10 million people that are not being served. So that's a huge opportunity that needs to be served. Mobile penetration is quite higher than the data, which is about 50% mobile penetration. And one of the most interesting thing, the last column, the last row rather, is the $30 per MB. I saw earlier Rwanda was talking about between $1 to $3 per MB here in Uganda. So it means somebody somewhere is making a lot of money. That's an opportunity as well there. For those of you who are looking to also join into the party of $30 per. So not in a good way, but the more players come in, the more competition that we expect to come from that. Who are the current major fiber players in the market now that are looking, who are building? There's Liquid Intelligence. They're in the market and they lead the pack. We have Moya Fiber, which is also getting its cable from Uganda. We have Boma Rural, which is coming from Uganda, and then Baobab, sorry for the spelling, it's supposed to be Baobab, which is looking to get their cable through Kenya, the Kenyan border. In 2024, Starlink came in. I think South Sudan was one of the first countries to adopt Starlink. So if today the price per megabyte is $30, now imagine before Starlink came in, how much people were making. So Starlink disrupted the market quite a lot, and it got a number of ISPs out of business because they were used to this high level of profits, and then all of a sudden you have to charge less than that. So Starlink came in as a blessing, I would say. It disrupted the market for us in South Sudan, and now you would find that a lot of homes and rural locations have changed their. They used to depend on the VSATs, the KU band, the C band. Many of them have flipped over to using Starlink. So the price has substantially dropped. Data centers. We currently, the biggest we have is it belongs to the government, which is by the regulator. They set it up a couple of years ago, and it is fully operational. In case someone wants to look for a data center, where can I set this up? When can I put my rack? Or can I get a rack? They can be able to provide you that. And then there are other private data centers that are currently. They're quite small. They're mostly to serve a small population or serve a small demand for it. The biggest that you would find in the country is the one by the National Communication Authority, which is currently available for use. Internet service providers, we currently have about 23. I just decided to pick most of the relevant ones. I have my colleague from Connect here. He's also, I made sure you appeared there. So these are the most relevant ISPs. Out of all these, only 4 or 3 have the fiber optics. The rest are just retailers of the same connectivity that has been provided. Telecommunications, who leads the pack when it comes to that? MTN does, with about 4.3 subscribers. Which has they have the biggest coverage in the country, and then we have Zain. In other countries, they used to call, Zain transitioned to Airtel, but in South Sudan it remained as Zain. So that, and then there's a national company which is called Digital, that came up late in the game, but they're also an important player in the ecosystem when it comes to mobile phones. Regulations. These are the few regulations that we have that are in place that will guide you when you are in South Sudan. The first one is the communication, the telecommunication. So if you're a fiber builder and you want to come in, the first people you have to interact with is the National Communication Authority. So you will deal with them. They have a law that protects and encourages investment in that ecosystem. Earlier this year, as an organization, we participated and actually advocated for the enactment of that law, which is the Cybercrime and Computer Misuse Law. I directly was involved in that. And thirdly, we have the Data Protection and Privacy Law, which is actually floated now. So we are hoping, if not later this year, sometime next year, it will also become law. So this is the challenge with the third one that we keep having back and forth is like, how do you have this data protection law and you don't have the infrastructure in place? So this is a conversation we're still trying to iron out. The possibility is the law will be enacted and then a provisional period is given for how that can be responded to. Recently, there's conversation on setting up something called the ICT Authority. It is something that in the next few months or so, it's an entity that will come up and it will also have a law that would regulate some of the technology activities in the country. Sector landscape. So basically, when you come in as a provider, as a data, say for example, a data center builder, you want to set up one or you want to build fiber cables, this is the entity that you have to interact with. Rather than the Ministry of Telecommunication, we have the National Communication Authority that is responsible for licensing, spectrum management, numbering management, interconnectivity and competition regulation, quality of service monitoring, consumer protection, and as you can read through, these are some of their responsibilities. So if you're going to interact with South Sudan, this would be okay, you can start with us, then we can introduce you to them, but at the end of the day, they are the decision makers. SSIXP, this is something that I'm glad to be participating in and leading in it. So we currently do not have an IXP on the ground. Whenever there's a presentation going on, when I see South Sudan is not there, it's simply because maybe they don't have access to that information. So if some of these statistics were available, they would be available to present. So we don't have that. We also do not have the CDNs on ground. If you don't have the IXPs, obviously we are. At the stage that we're in, we have so far signed up 3 ISPs to peer with. So we're just in the final stage of making configuration and we intend to go live. So we've already signed 3 of the fiber carriers to join in with us. This was our stakeholders engagement. The interesting story about our IXP is the government initially took up the step to set it up. This was a couple of years ago. But because they are not so neutral, they struggled to take it off, to go somewhere. So we did, with the help of the Internet Society, we did a stakeholders engagement and brought all the players in the market. And we agreed, they supported the idea that Internet Society could lead this to a point whereby we will form an independent entity that can take up the SSIXP forward. So for us to be leading the process of the SSIXP, was a consensus that was brought up. You can see Gile, and he's around here somewhere. He helped us put together this. What has been done so far? We have done an awareness about it. We have created a committee that is setting this up. An MOU was signed with the Communication Authority that we will take forward So when we talk about it, we have a strong backing from the regulator that you can go ahead and set this up. We have set up the physical IXP itself. A server is there, the switches are already in place, and we have signed with 3 ISPs to, so hopefully, I'm quite positive next year I will attend this again, and when I do, we'll bring you some good information on the statistics that we have. And interesting to this also, there's a possibility of setting up 2 other IXPs sometime next year. Because South Sudan is so wide and big, you would see that we are 20 million, but the land mass is so huge. The country is very big. So you'd find in the south is Juba, but in the northern part of the country, there are so many that the distance is quite far. So it will be very important that we have 2 other IXPs set up in the country. Our vision for the IXP, you see South Sudan borders 7 countries. That's the most interesting thing for us. With those 7 countries, landlocked but bordered by 7 countries. So far we're only getting cables from 2 locations. Imagine you have South Sudan there, then you have Central African Republic, and then we have the sea. Only 2 steps, and you're ready to the western side of Africa. And then this side as well, we have Kenya, and we are already on the Indian Ocean. And then northern-wise, we have access to the Red Sea. So basically, the position that South Sudan is positions itself as a hub, because in every direction, you can be able to exchange and tap or reach whatever location that. So it's a very, in the future, its centrality will play, it's an advantage for it as a country. So our vision is to position ourselves as that hub that you can be able to deploy from every direction, whatever data you want to deploy. Where is the opportunity? Yes, I'm wrapping up, almost done. Where is the opportunity? Our opportunity here, one of them is the technical assistance. If people are looking to support us, we're looking for that. We're looking for investors to set up data centers, initial conversation on bringing CDNs. We don't have the XP, but we can start having conversations on that, so that 1 year down the line or so, we can be able to. Transit provider partnerships, we're also looking for, prospecting for that. If you feel like you're in that conversation, please come. We can have conversation on that. IXP community membership and mentorship. I think you have an association. Eventually, we would want to participate and be part of that. Technical assistance in the area of training, and then regional IXP connectivity. So this is our takeaway, and I hope I present you that opportunity that can allow us to have conversations on. While the market is infant, South Sudan presents a lot of opportunities for investments, the opportunities now. So in case you need to reach me, those are my contacts, my email is there. Please take it up and we can have more conversation. In case you have some questions, I'll be glad to take them. Thank you.
Media, yeah, thank you very much, Joseph. That was an excellent presentation. Do we have any questions for Joseph from the room? Please stand up and go straight to the mic. Okay. Well, thank you once again.
Thank you.
It's exciting that you're opening a new IXP. If I'm not wrong, I think South Sudan is Africa's youngest country, and it is impressive to see the strides that they've made ever since gaining independence. And it's also even more exciting to see them planning to have more IXPs, even as they go about setting up the first IXP. I recall sitting in a room in Washington, DC, a couple of years ago, listening to the executive director of USAID talk about their vision for development in developing countries. And one of the comments that she made
and she indicated this as an area that is an urgent need for intervention. She said that the Commonwealth of Virginia in the US has more IXPs than the whole of the African continent. Basically, every single neighborhood in Virginia has an internet exchange point, which localizes traffic to that neighborhood. And she was saying, this is an area that needs urgent intervention. We need to see more than one IXP in African cities. We need to see Africa joining the rest of the bandwagon. So with that from South Sudan, let's move a little bit closer to where we are. We have a neighboring country to the west called Burundi. Do we have Prosper Nyongabo in the room? Prosper. Hey, great. As Prosper goes up, I spent a few months in Bujumbura several years ago trying to do a few things in the tech space. Burundi is an amazing country. So welcome, Prosper. We're looking forward to hear the country update from Burundi.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to present the Burundi Internet ecosystem. As stated, my name is Prosper Nyongabo. I'm an ICT and a cybersecurity expert consultant, and I'm a member of the technical team in charge of the Burundi IXP and a former network manager at BBS, which is the National Fiber Backbone, CETIC, which is the ICT institution, which coordinates all ICT program and projects. I also worked for the BCB, which is the Bank of the Credit of Bujumbura, and the VAT Burundi, one of the main mobile operators. So I'm going to take you to Burundi. As you've seen on the map, Burundi is a very, I can say, landlocked country, which is between Republic of Tanzania, Rwanda, DRC, and I can say Zambia, even if we don't see. What can we say about Burundi internet market? For a country with around 12 million of people, we currently have 3 mobile operators and 7 ISPs. We have 1 internet exchange point, and we are members of many regional organizations, as you can see on this slide. So let's jump to this slide. The main numbers on Burundi. As you can see, we have around 3.75 million of internet users, which represent 30% of internet penetration. We have some content networks like Google, Meta, Akamai, PCH, and we have newcomers in the field like Starlink, which is available since 2024. And we have the whole internet capacity, which the cost is around the 52 USD per Mbps. So the average mobile data cost is around 0.3 USD per 1 gig per day. For information, we have project, the main project which is supporting the digital foundation in Burundi, which name is the PAFEN. It's a project which is supported by the World Bank. And right now, there are about 178 new sites for rural 4G expansions. And we aim to expand the internet to nearly 1,800 new rural beneficiaries. So, how was the journey from mobile telecom to current situation, as you can see on this slide? We've passed to, I can say, to 3 decades. And from 1993 till now, with the digital transformation supported by the PAFEN project, over 3 decades, Burundi has evolved from single mobile operator to a growing internet ecosystem supported by national infrastructure and a regional interconnection. But everything needs to be regulated. We have, for institutional framework, we have the government who defines the national digital vision and the public policies. We have the ministry in charge of digital economy, which develops the policies and oversees the digital transformation agenda. We have ARCT, which is the national regulator responsible for ICT, spectrum management, cybersecurity, coordination. We have the CETIC, which is the National Executive Secretariat of ICT, which coordinates and monitors ICT projects. And besides, we have the internet exchange points, we have the operators, we have the end users, and we have the BBS, which is the National Wholesale Fiber Operator. So about the market, as stated earlier, we have mobile operators, we have regulation, coordination, we have infrastructure, and we have content delivery network presence like Google, Meta, and Akamai. So we have a competitive market with room for new infrastructure investment. So now let's look at the international connectivity. As you can see on the map with red points, we have currently 5 POPs. We have 3 with Rwanda, but 2 are operational. We have 2 POPs with Tanzania, which lead us to the submarine cable system. And we have international corridors, multiple ones. So although landlocked, Burundi benefits from diversity regional fiber connectivity through Rwanda and Tanzania, and maybe in the future with DRC and Zambia. For the national infrastructure, we have many links, as you can see on slides. For the main national backbone, BBS, we have around 1,070 and 50 kilometers of fiber. And we have a limited which domain mobile operator with around 3,400 kilometers of fiber. And we have the ONATE, which is the National Telecommunication Network, which operates the metro with around 300 kilometers. And also we have a government network to facilitate communications within public institutions. For the internet exchange point, you can see the bandwidth is not big, but is increasing. We have 80 members. We have root server. We have some country derivatives, but as you can see, Google is in red. He was connected, but a few weeks ago, it was disconnected. But we still have this Google connected to another domain operator, which is limited. So you can find more information on Burundi IXP by following that link, bydxp.org.b. So regarding data centers and local hosting, I can say that we need improvement here because we have a government data center, which is not so big, but which is under modernization. We have the PAFN project, which is financed by the World Bank, which is helping and joined with the government. There is right now around 8 million USD on the table in order to modernize the government data center. For the private data center, I can say that we are limited in that area because what we can see is a small data center for each mobile operator. So we need maybe some big neutral, carrier neutral data center. Local hosting is growing as the government data center is growing. So the internet adoption market, here are some numbers. We have passed from mobile broadband, which is provided by 3 main operators, Limited, Econet, and Donatel. We have, right now, internet can be accessed via optical fiber or satellite or public Wi-Fi recently, which was launched by SpiderNet. Internet penetration is 30%, and we have cumulative IP capacity code at the border per month, which is 26 gigabit per second, and the monthly internet revenue is around 8 million USD. So regarding prices, here you can get a look on some numbers, what are the prices that are being applied on which category. For example, the broadband fiber, residential one, we have the first package, which is 4 Mbps. The cost is around the 14 USD per Mbps. And the new introduction of the satellite with Starlink and the public Wi-Fi, we think that this will help to reduce again those prices that are above, because the competition is now growing. So here are some data about the mobile offers. You can see that we have, for the daily access, all packages are around 2 gig, and the cost is around 0.50 USD per gig. So you can see that the mobile broadband is the prime internet access technology in Burundi, and the representative monthly mobile data package start from approximately USD5. The average cost of 1 gig is about 0.62, which represent around 3% of the average monthly income in Burundi. The average monthly income is 20 USD. So Burundi has made significant progress, as you can see, for these 3 last years. And we are moving toward the UN Broadband Commission Affordability benchmark, which is around 2 percent. So the digital transformation initiatives, as stated earlier, we have government, which is currently involved with PAFEN project and DOCETIC. We are working now on a legal framework, digital infrastructure, data center, rural and broadband connectivity. We are also working on the cyber security side in order to implement the National Incident Response Team CERT. We also have the Universal Service Fund, which is in place and which is support for rural coverage. We have the on side of government, e-government. We have public service, which are expanding. And we have the national backbone also, which is operational. So let's take a look on challenges. For strengths, we have national backbone, we have IXP, we have regional connectivity, we have strategic position, the government supports. For weaknesses, we have low local hosting, we have low internet penetration, which is growing. We have limited data centers, rural coverage gaps, international capacity cost, which is still high. As Fritz, as mentioned earlier in DRC or South Sudan, the power cost is a problem and is not stable always. We also have the devices cost, skills gap, investment in the regional competition. For opportunities, you can say that you can come and invest, especially in cloud, in data center, or new AI infrastructure. So why Burundi? Of course, Burundi is in the strategic location. It's like it's in the center of Africa, between East and the Central Africa. We have young population. I can say that it's around 50% of population is young, is under 18. We have growing demand. We have national backbone already in place. We have IXP in place. We have government commitment. So, and we have investment ready. So, in conclusion, what are the key takeaways? Burundi has already strong digital foundations. The internet demand continues to grow. The regional connectivity is a strategic advantage. And the next investment frontier is cloud, data centers, content delivery networks, and the peering. So now is the right time to invest in Burundi's digital future. So government is committed, ongoing digital transformation initiative are ongoing, and the young connected population is there. So thank you everyone for this occasion to present the new, I can say, information about Burundi, so that every platform will be updated with these new information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prosper. That was a great presentation, giving us an overview and insights into Burundi. Do we have any questions from the floor? Any questions? I don't see anybody coming for questions. Yeah, it's interesting. I think I'll throw something at you, Prosper. There's a project that I am aware of, which is a new submarine cable that has been built in Lake Tanganyika, which is just a few kilometers from Bujumbura, at the border, Gatumba, is it called Gatumba? As you go towards DRC, yeah?
And then it goes down through Lake Tanganyika, enters DRC in Kalemi, and then runs all the way down south to Terraco. That might be a new opportunity for you to be able to get some lower prices. I was very shocked to see the high cost of internet for Mbps. But yeah, I think with that, I'll say thank you very much. Prosper, let's give him a round of applause as he takes his seat. Still staying on the inland country updates, we will now have an update from Chad. Do we have Musa Ibrahim in the house? Yes, we do. Thank you. Please take the stage and give us your presentation, Musa. Let's have a round of applause for him as he takes the stage. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning. I come from Chad. It's one of the last countries without IXP, and that's what I've come to share with you. And I can tell you, I can promise that things will change. My name is Ibrahim Moussa Béchir. I'm the president of Internet Society Chad, and I'm a founding member of ChadX. I'm here with my colleagues.
A couple of seconds, if any of you need to grab headsets for translation. There are translation headsets at the back of the room, so if you can just quickly run, grab them. But if you're like me and you understand everything he's saying, or at least 40% of it, then you can stay seated. Doctor, Prof, go get a headset. I know that you are as competent in your French as I am. Yeah. We want to really follow what you're saying.
Merci beaucoup. Voilà, comme je le disais, je suis accompagné d'une délégation.
As I previously said, I'm here with Safitel and a few other colleagues from ISOC Chad.
For those of you who have the gadgets, the translation is on channel 2. The translation is on channel 2. On the right side of the device, click the button until it says 2 on the screen. And then we should be able to follow together.
Ok. C'est bon? Je réponds?
English is channel 1. Please channel 1 for English. Thank you.
Sorry, there was a bit of a mix-up. English is channel 1.
English is 1.
Channel 2. Sorry for the mix-up. Yeah.
je réponds. Je vais peut-être répondre ou continuer, c'est là où je suis arrêté. Voilà. Je suis Ibrahim Moussa.
Good morning, my name is Ibrahim Moussa. I'm being led with a delegation of Safitel, Sénalétique, et d'Alensis. Zero internet exchange point. But remember that figure, because you will soon be surprised. All right, let me talk about Chad in a nutshell. Chad has a population of 20 million inhabitants with 30% penetration rate of internet and a 60% 4G coverage. The digital economy represents 1.9% with a GDP of $18.7 billion. And Chad is ranked as 189th. Now, when you look at the map, you can see that we are at a cross-border of six neighboring countries. So we are the heart. Chad has already laid fiber backbone, but what we need is a crossroad. We already have 830 backbone fiber from N'Djamena to Mbere, that is the exit of Cameroon. We have 1,141 at backbone, N'Djamena Adre, that is from Chad to Sudan. And of course, we already have a national of 5,200 kilometers. We also have 553 kilometers of backbone through the Trans-Air backbone with an exit from Chad to Niger and Algeria. You all know that without a crossroad, even a local exchange will definitely go abroad. I want to mention the principle of this image. So a subscriber without IXP definitely will have to go through the international route instead of contacting somebody who is just a neighbor, and the transit is very expensive, and we depend on that principle. And this is why we need to have our own internet exchange points. Now, according to the research outcomes, we tried as much as possible to take inspiration from those countries, that is Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, and Cote d'Ivoire, of course. And we were sure that Chad can also be part of the big team, which was proven with reduction of latency, local exchange, and less dependency to international transit. What is Chad's response? How the government and ecosystem have built internet exchange points? Well, ChadX is the exchange point of Chad, supported by the state and hosted by AFIX. That's for a temporary period, and also governed by those that they are serving. So AFIX is a GIE association that is OHADA rights that look like an aggregation of 17 members. And Internet Exchange Point also has 17 members during the General Assembly, 8 categories at the board, and an executive secretary for the operational implementation. The ambition of our infrastructure, which is possible in 2014 to 2020, it was the first reflection on the national IXP. And from 2020 to 2023, conditions were met with progressive extension of the fiber and the national backbone. And then in 2024, there was the Constitutive Assembly of 17 members. And ending 2023 and October was the official registration, and 2025-2026 was interconnection, configuration, and testing. So we have come to tell you that we already have the exchange point, which is configured and tested. And we also have interconnection. But that is not as we expected yet. Well, we're OHADA, governed by OHADA. We are a non-profit association. We also have a governance by OHADA and also a 90-year governance. We didn't just create an IXP, we documented a model as well. A model that can be replicated in all countries of OHADA space or OHADA region. We have 8 offices with that a main lead. We have the Article 14, and the chair is governed by AFIX temporarily, according to a cycle. We have the board with all the different members. As I said, IXP has been configured, interconnected, tested as well. So what you can see is the rack that contains the IXP. And of course, it was configured by PCH. I don't know if they are in the room, but we would like to recognize them. PCH, what's the name again? PCH guy. Inchal, yeah. Inchal, yeah. Thank you so much. They supported us, and we would like to thank them for that. Now, the project has already been supported. We have AFIX, that is the main stakeholder. We also have a packet clearinghouse. They are our official partners. We have Safitel, which is the biggest traffic. And then we have as Internet Society Chad. We are responsible for ecosystem mobilization. And the exchange point cannot be built alone. It is as a result of an entire coalition. Now, what we are looking for and what we are offering in return, please come and deploy your cash or your caches in Chad. We are a country of 20 million inhabitants. Equipments are ready and interconnected. And we have a very good institutional framework. We are open to all exchange in Kigali if you want to discuss further. So I would like to invite those who went through that route, that is to join us and discuss and engage and share experience. Now, to those who have already opened the way, Kenya, I don't know if they are there, KIXP, Nigeria, are you there, IXPN, Rwanda, Rinex, I already discussed with Ricta, I hope to see them again, and Côte d'Ivoire, Civics. So we need your mentorship, we need your guide, we need your advice, and of course, your mentorship as well. Interconnection with exchange point from neighboring countries such as Nigeria. Nigeria is our neighbors, and they are also part of it. Now, in return, we want to document statutes, methods, governance, so that the next country should take the lead. Now, a double strength. Now, institutional anchorage. So we have AFIX, ARCIS, ARCEP. AFIX is the temporary host. Now, ARCIS manages resilience and cybersecurity, and then we have ARCEP, which is the regulator that guarantees stability. And of course, we have Internet Society as community relay, through which we will try to contact ISOC regional office, the Peering, CDN, AFIX, and the French chapter, and the capacity building chapter. So we want to bring ecosystems. ARCIS offers cybersecurity. ARCEP is the regulatory and opens the door to international network. Well, we have 3 requests. The first one is exchange. So that is to meet all those who went ahead and before us. The second request is mentorship. And then the third one is interconnection. That is progressive opening of neighboring IXPs. So if you want to retain something, please come talk to us. We are available. We are very young, but we are open, and we are very ambitious. Well, this is a collective engagement. It's not just IASAC, not just ADETIC, but all stakeholders. Chad would like to join the map of the African Peering. Let's do it together, and thank you so much for your attention. We remain available to respond to your questions.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much indeed, Ibrahim. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Thank you, Ibrahim.
For Chad, for Ibrahim. I asked my chat GPT to teach me some French, and nous avons besoin de CDN au Chad.
We want more CDNs in
Chad. We want some CDNs in Chad. I think we have some CDNs in the room. How soon can we get them into Chad? Any CDNs here that can speak to this?
Start with Michelle. Hi, everyone. Michelle from Meta. Yes, we're ready and willing to engage with all the partners across the continent. I believe we have a meeting with you also. So yeah, as a CDN, we want to serve the underserved or the people who are building up and developing their markets. And that's what we use our M&A at the IX for, is to help develop those ecosystems. So we're happy to put a CDN and help you kind of attract the partners and be able to establish your network. It's something we can speak about. It might not be immediate, but yeah, happy to support.
Thank you. Everybody say, yay, Meta. Yay, Meta. Okay.
I'm Isabel from G-Core. I've actually been checking our traffic in Chad. It seems promising. The last time I had checked, which is a year ago, it was quite low, but now the amount of traffic that we have in Chad now is good enough for us to start having conversations with you. Obviously, there are some things that we would have to check before we make the plans for deployment, but we're happy to grow with you as well.
Everybody say, yay, G-Core. Yay, G-Core.
Sorry, I just wanted to say something else with my other hat, K-Nog. I don't know if you already have a NOG in Chad, but that's also a good way of developing the ecosystem, working with the people there to understand what is peering, how can we partner together. What is a NOG? Oh, sorry, a NOG, a Network Operators Group, where people can come together, engineers or people coming into the industry, to understand how to build these networks, how to do the BGP, how to develop the ecosystem. So you come, even if you're competitors, you come in a capacity building kind of situation. So you can share what you know with each other, and then you can develop that ecosystem that will allow the new IXP to grow, right? If people don't know how to peer and why it's important, then it's difficult for them to participate. But once you do that capacity building as well on the side, that helps the ecosystem develop faster as well.
Thank you, Michelle.
Hello.
Oh, there's a question. Yeah, okay, amazing.
Bonjour, Moussa.
Good morning, Moussa. I'd like to come back once again and encourage you about EXP for Ivory Coast or Côte d'Ivoire. Sorry, thank you. Just to say you're still in the right track. I can see you caught it, and you talk about CIDIX. We crossed by this rage. You're on the right road. We're available, we're there, and we can push a little bit so that you can reach your objective. I'm just here in the microphone using just to encourage you and say that you're in the right track. Chad, you've become XP, very important XP in Africa. Thank you so much indeed, and once again, we wish you all the best. Thank you so much indeed for presentation. two essential points. In your presentation, you spoke about the traffic exchange point, but this traffic is in international structure. We have a deployment of this structure, but you can exchange traffic locally. You have to start by there. There's a lady who talked about the way you need to have a group internally, people being well specialized in GPU. Once you try to put in place this force, this committee, this group will be a supporting committee for XCSP so that you can exchange traffic internally to reduce costs, etc., etc. And from there, you try to build your self-trust, and also for other people will be coming to host the structure in your country. That position will be very strong for you, and then those people will come. You will attract them by being yourself more stronger. And then the second point, you need to have a target, by the way. You started in 2012, but today we're in 2026. You can see 12 years already over. It's not yet operational, but you have a very strong infrastructure. You need to give yourself a timing from which you can start operationalization. Doing tests is good. After tests, equipment, no way to go. So you have potentialities. You need now to start triggering operational. Once you start operationalizing, cost will go down, traffic will increase. You'll have a quality-based internet traffic. Thank you.
I have one, it's not really a question, but you mentioned that you have you're doing some collaboration with the government and the regulator. Some advice from me would be to have more independence. You can have them support you, but majority of the decisions should come from you. Based on experience, the IXPs that we've tried to work with that have a lot of government influence have been very difficult for us to have deployments in there. There's a lot of bureaucracy, so if you try as much as possible to make it your thing with just a little bit of support from the government, I think it will be much easier for you. It will be easy for the networks that come into your IXP to, just find it easy to get in. And they'd be willing to do it even more.
Okay, thank you very much. Musa, please stay there. I'd like to invite back to the stage Joseph and Prosper. Joseph from South Sudan and Prosper from Burundi. We'd like to give them a token of appreciation for the courage to come and present their countries. Yeah. Okay. Cedric, we need you.
Hello, it's me again, and we are back to this amazing session that is peering personals. So thank you again for the first session. It was good to have an idea of what we have in the region, experience from countries. Now we are going to see all the networks that want to peer with everyone. We'll be calling the countries, the networks.
Hello everyone, please come in front to be ready to come on the stage. Paratos, Berno, Sarah from PCH, C2, and Raxio, Terran, and Camix, and Dimension Data Nigeria, and ByteDance, Jack, and AFIX Networks, and Kenneth, at AMP6, and Canalbox, and UXP, and Mike, and Reinex, and maybe one special guest as last one then. Yes. Benno? Paratos? Paratos? Ah, okay.
Good day, everyone. I'm Tas Pillay, representing Paratus Group. The Paratus Group is a company founded in, or formerly founded in Angola and Namibia, now present in 16 countries in Southern Africa. We do offer high volume layer 2 services in all of these countries, and we also are offering IPT in all of these countries. So if you're looking to partner with us, please reach out to any one of the Paratus crew here, and we'd gladly have a chat with you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarah. I'm presenting Packet Clearing House. We are AS42. We are having an open peering policy where we are locating in more than 300 locations around the world. If you are an IXP operator and we are not present in your exchange point, we are happy to be there. And if you are an ISP and we are not peering with you, we are happy to be with you. Please reach out to me, peering@pch.net or Nishal. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is John from C2. At C2 we have 5 peering points all the way from Portugal along the West African coast. And yes, it's a good distribution. If you are planning to build a resilient African connectivity, I think it's a good distribution and we can have that discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Maggie Mina is my name. I'm representing Raxio. We are in 6 countries. We are in Mozambique, Angola, Cote d'Ivoire, Uganda, Tanzania is upcoming, and Ethiopia. And we are happy to give you the platform to make sure that you're able to come and peer as well. We are IXP neutral, we are carrier neutral, and we are cloud neutral. Thank you.
Camix. Okay, come out. Dimension data.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raphael Beraise. I'm representing Dimension Data Nigeria. My AS number is 30988. We operate an open peering policy. Dimension Data will be happy to peer with every one of you. We are present in every major data centers in Nigeria. So we'll look forward to peering with you. We look forward to driving down latency and looking forward to improving the ecosystem within us. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Jack. I work for ByteDance. We're building TikTok's self-built CDN. We are present in South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria. We operate a selective peering policy. So for P&I, we look for 10 gig or above due to 100 gig only limit, port limits. We also have a peering portal that's new. It's not perfect, but you can find it on our peering DB page and request IX sessions. So yeah, feel free to grab me in the corridor if you want to have a chat.
Bonjour. Hi, my name is Mbatia. I'm from AFIX Networks. Our ISN number is 328475. So we have a we have a POP in northeastern of Kenya and eastern. We also have a POP, we have a KIXP, we're also in a KIXP, Nairobi, Mombasa, and Linux. We're also champions in IPv6, so please reach out to us. We are looking to do that with you. Thank you very much. Asante sana, have a very good day.
Good afternoon. I'm Evans, representing Kenneth. Our AS number is 36914. You can pair with us at Ikolo, Nairobi, and Mombasa, Africa Data Centers, SICOM, and Digital Realty in Paris. Thank you.
Good afternoon, bonjour. My name is Natalie Trenneman. I stand here today representing M6. And we have 3 IXs in Africa. We've got M6 Lagos, Djibouti, and Egypt IX. We have a booth here. Come see us and hope to peer with you soon. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Aaron from Rhinex, which is the local exchange point here in Rwanda. We are happy to welcome you to our points of presence. We have 2 in Kigali, 1 a few kilometers from here, and 1 in Telecom House. We have over 18 members. We are onboarding more, and we have a registered peak traffic of 28 gigabytes per second. This is our contact information, and we have a booth there on the expo area. So please come have a chat with us. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. This time I put my AFRINIC hat. So this is Cedric from AFRINIC, and we have 3 ASN. The first one is AS33764, and we are at Jinx. And from there you can get who is IRR, RDAP, list portals, and everything. And we have 2 other ASN, so the 37177 and 37181, and those are our DNS programs, so Anycast. And we are present at Sinks, Dinks, Jinx, NMBinks, Rinex, MGIX, TIX, MIXP, KIXP, Kinix, UIXP, Douala IX, Lusaka IX, and Harare IXP. For more information on our DNS program, you can go to dns.afrinic.net. Our policy is open. You have our peering DB link. If you need more information, you can either send an email to peering@afrinic.net. We also have a call for hosting for our Anycast instances. And otherwise, we have our booth there, and our team will be more than happy to welcome you and talk to you. Thank you. Should I close? Oh, okay, now I'm back as PC member. Okay, let me remove the hat and put the other one. Okay, so thank you for this session of peering personals. You can still continue to send your peering personal slides at peer@afpif.org. You have the template there if you don't have slides. And thank you. Is it? Okay, it's lunchtime. So back for lunchtime. But before we talk about lunch, once again, those who registered for gala dinner, please go and get your stickers. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the list and more food for me. Again, I don't eat that much, but still. So please go get your stickers because we have a waiting list and we want to know who is not going to show up. Apart from that, I will say same as yesterday, those who have the green stickers, you can go and grab your ticket from registration desk and see you at 2. Bon appétit.
urumva ko harimo ikibanza noneho gikuremo twumve. Yes, Dani ari hano, turi gukora test ariko harimo ikiro cyinshi. Urumva hano urabona noneho urakoresha manuka manuka noneho hindura wide opening rekeraho dimming nanone uyimanure again. Noneho check 1 2 2 2 2 2. Ubu noneho uri kunyumva neza uko biraba bikatinze. Noneho umuntu ufite akajwi kari hejuru akantu kari hejuru nk'aka ngaka sibyo uri kunyumva sa nk'uwambara ekuteri uranyumva kurushaho. Umuntu uvuga akajwi nk'aka ngaka sibyo ukuntu bigenza noneho ibyo wakoze hano nibyo ukora hano. Iyi niyo high ni akajwi gato hano icyo ukora naho iyo kari kuvuga urabona kano kazamuka uhita ukatana no gukora kontre y'amareva ari kuzamuka buryo noneho ukagenda uyakuramo gake gake adapitinga. Otherwise hari izindi mita ziba zirimo hano kwereka urumva nk'ubu ngubu check 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 hano 2 urumva ko irimo hano hejuru ariko iyo ushobora kugenda nyikata ukagenda wumva ivamo urumva ko yashizemo. Turavuga urabona ahantu iri It's just near to that room that they are creating. Yes, that one. They was just make sure they back it by wa mugore ntabyo yibutse ari we nyiri
Welcome back from lunch. I'm hoping the rest will join us. If Obina is outside, could you ask him to have everybody else come in? Cedric Yolandi, but he's the first speaker. Okay, thank you, Cedric. So this afternoon session is going to be on internet governance, and our first speaker is Cedric from AFRINIC. He'll be giving us an update on the internet number resource. Yeah. Thanks. I'll call everybody else.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, thank you. So this session is about AFRINIC update. So we'll go through some statistics. Don't worry, it won't be boring. It will be fast. I will be fast on the statistics, but it is about giving you information on AFRINIC and where we are. First of all, I want to talk about the regional internet registries. So regional internet registries, we have 5 regional internet registries in the world. Starting by the oldest one, we have RIPE-NCC, then APNIC, ARIN, LACNIC, and then AFRINIC. So the regional internet registries are mainly in charge of allocation of resources, so IPv4, IPv6, ASNs, but we do more than that. We also accompany things like policy development. We also do engagement and collaboration and programs. AFRINIC today, AFRINIC, we are the 5th RIR. We established in 2004 in Mauritius, where we have our headquarters. Currently, we have more than 2,500 organizations that are members of AFRINIC. We are serving 55 economies, so the 54 countries of Africa, plus some economies in our region of service, which is in Africa and Indian Ocean. We are in operation since 2005, and currently we have 40 staff. You can see our vision, which is a secure and accessible internet for sustainable digital growth in Africa. And our mission, which is to serve the African internet community by delivering efficient services in global multi-stakeholder environment. Available space for each RIR. Before I continue, let me explain this. This is Q2 2026. Available space means available space to be allocated. So it doesn't mean that there is no more IPv4 in those regions. It just means that there is no more allocation of IPv4 available in those regions. So RIPE-NCC, LACNIC, and ARIN are no longer allocating IPv4. APNIC and AFRINIC still have IPv4 blocks that they can allocate. So in terms of /8, this is 0.18 for APNIC and 0.039 for AFRINIC. For those who are not really comfortable with /8, it's 65 million plus of IP address. Overall stats. So those 0.039 that we have seen currently, so as of today, this is how many IPv4 address that we have. So 638,000 plus available IPv4 address. I will talk more about it a bit later. We have 2,596 organization members of AFRINIC. Members with IPv6, we have 1,499. The total IPv4 allocation is more than 438,000. And we, based on this number, so it's 638 those 638,000, that 295/24 available. And in terms of IPv6/32 blocks allocation, we have allocated 11,362. And the total ASN that have been allocated is 2,770 ASNs. Some statistics, and here we are just coming to compare, we'll just compare per region to see how each region is doing in terms of the overall statistics that I've presented. So in terms of members, we can see that most of our members are coming from South Africa. So 40% of the members in South Africa. Then we have West Africa with 25%, East Africa with 19%, then North Africa with 9%, Central Africa 4%, and Indian Ocean 3%. So those are just the percentage of members doesn't, and you will see that from depending on what we are presenting and what we are looking at, the numbers will be very different. Let's go for ASN. For ASN, we can see, yes, 41% in South Africa in terms of allocation, 23% in West Africa, Central is 5%, East is 19%, Indian Ocean is 3%, North is 9%. So here we still have some consistency. When we go to IPv4 allocation, then we can see that now is different. North is on top with 44%, then South Africa 28%, West Africa 8%, Central Africa 1%, East Africa 8%, Indian Ocean 11%. The explanation behind this is just that some members in North Africa have more IPv4 allocation than most of the other members. In terms of IPv6 allocation, so South Africa 50%, Southern Africa, sorry, 50%, Northern Africa 39%, West we have 5%, Central we have 1%, East 4%, Indian Ocean we have 1%. So, but when it comes to IPv6, we still need to do a lot because yes, we see big numbers in terms of, we see big percentages, but still in terms of allocation per se, we still need to do more in Africa. I've refrained myself to put again what Yolandi presented yesterday. So there was that stats, that map of the world where Africa was very red. So no need for us to go back to that. And in terms of root object in Africa, so we have North Africa with 65%, Southern Africa 14%, West Africa 5%, Central Africa 1%, East Africa 5%, Indian Ocean 10%. So those numbers are there not to name and shame any region, but it's just to help us to see how good or how bad our region is doing. For instance, when you look at West Africa is 15 countries recognized. When you go to Central Africa, it's almost the same number. Well, though they have some countries that are in the middle of multiple regions like Rwanda, Burundi, a little bit of DRC that are in between multiple regions, and even Angola as well. But when you look at the number of countries compared to the percentage in the region, still there is a lot that needs to be done for some of those regions. And for us, we are there to support the region and help them to see how they can increase the number of resources that they are getting. And don't worry, it's not to increase my salary, it's just because we want to make sure that internet is better and internet is growing in our region. AFRINIC and the IXPs. So in terms of IXP, the first thing that we do at AFRINIC is to support IXPs through our CPM. So we have our consolidated policy manual, and there is a policy to support IXPs. So we support IXPs by giving them internet number resources for free when they are eligible. So they need to be neutral, community-based, and open, and most of the IXPs at AFIX are actually, they all benefit from that policy. And we also accompany and advise IXP, and we also help them to grow and develop their communities. So please get in touch. I will put the email, or you can come and see us at the booth. Also, when AFRINIC give resources to IXPs, that one needs to be, that's for my IXP folks in the room. You receive 2 sets of ASN, IPv4, IPv6. So one for the peering LAN, and another one for the management network. So please look at it according to the policy and make sure that you don't mix both of them. Some other AFRINIC update. The first one is last year I was on that podium talking about the challenges that we had AFRINIC, and talking about election that were coming and multiple things that were ongoing. But this year we are very happy to say again that we have 8 elected board members. Some of them are in the room. So we have the Professor Emmanuel Adewale Adedokun, who is the chairman and is on seat West Africa. We have Professor Abdelaziz Ilali, who is the vice chairman and is on the Northern Africa seat. We have Dr. Kalim Usmani, who is on the seat for Indian Ocean. Mr. Laurent Tumba for seat Central Africa. Mrs. Carla Sofia Fernandez Sanderson for the Southern Africa seat. Dr. Fiona Asonga for Eastern Africa. Mr. Benjamin Mark Roberts, non-regional, and Mr. Adewale David Ajao for non-regional as well. If you can allow me, please, my board members, can you please either raise your hand or please stand up. Stand, so we can also clap for you. Because they are doing an amazing job. People don't see it. And also in that situation that we were, they took that courage to come and step up. So thank you very much. And also the board, since we don't have a CEO, the board appointed an interim management committee. We have 3 people. We have Arthur Karindal, who is in charge of stakeholder engagement, communication, and policy cluster. Mr. Nirmal Manik, in charge of finance and administration cluster. And Mr. Mukom Tamon, in charge of technology infrastructure and strategy cluster. And Mukom is somewhere, so you can engage with him as well if you want. You need to engage with him. Please do. Also, we are still in receivership. So operations are currently being supervised by a court-appointed receiver. So who is responsible for overseeing the organization's affairs in accordance with the mandate granted by the court. This arrangement is intended to ensure continuity, accountability, and proper governance of AFRINIC's activities during the receivership period. So for those who want to know if we are still, yes, we are still in receivership, but also we are still back into operation. Multiple ISPs, multiple networks have been coming to get resources. Multiple communities have benefited from our engagement, our support, our training. For instance, the training team is just back from 2 back-to-back training in Tanzania and Kenya, Uganda. So yes, we are back and we are here to serve you. We also have some update on policy development process. So multiple policies have been put. 2 policies have been ratified by the board. So the first one is on resources transfer policy, and the second one on abuse contact policy. And we have 6 policies under discussion. And if you look at the first one, soft landing, recovered space and priority, that one is one of the policy that is generating a lot of discussions, because we have 3 million IPv4 that are coming back in the pool, and there is a need now to discuss about what should happen. So we also have a policy on amendment of utilization of soft landing. required newly created AS set to have hierarchical names, PDP working group guidelines, IPv6 as a criteria in IPv4 self-landing, AFRINIC policy compliance dashboard. So all those policies are there. Please join the PDP, go on AFRINIC website, you can check the mailing list and see all that. In terms of governance update, so there was the appointment of a nomination committee, 4 members, so 3 members of the governance committee have been elected. So during the last AIS in June in Nairobi, 3 were elected, 2 members of the NRO, 2 members for the NRO AC, ASO AC, and for the PDP, it was open for 2, but for now we only have 1 co-chair that has been elected and 1 former co-chair that is supporting. And also on the other side, there is a bylaw review committee. So we have 6 members that have been appointed by the board in accordance with the receiver to spearhead a transparent, accountable, and inclusive bylaw amendment process. And the purpose is to ensure a review of AFRINIC existing bylaws and propose such amendment. So the work is ongoing. We are sending email to the community to come and also contribute, because at the end of the day, AFRINIC is our AFRINIC. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. Brian Longwe here from Kenya, Malawi, Kenya, Kenyami. 3 questions. Yes. 1, it would be nice to see an infographic that shows the proportion or the difference between IPv6 allocation versus IPv6 deployment.
Okay.
That would have been nice. So maybe next time we could include that.
Okay.
Second question is, in terms of the AFRINIC support for IXPs, I think AFRINIC can do more.
Okay.
And one suggestion would be, AFRINIC knows all of the registered ASNs in a particular country. A new IXP doesn't. And often we assume that the ASNs are held by ISPs, but in today's world, ASNs are held by banks, ASNs are held by broadcasters, ASNs are held by couriers, ASNs are held by all manner of different content entities, right, or owners. So while an IXP might be coming up as new, they may not really know who are all the people they need to talk to. It would be helpful if AFRINIC could be able to periodically send out or broadcast to ASNs in a particular country the existence of all the IXPs in that country, so that in a way it becomes some kind of advocacy. I don't know if that oversteps the mandate, but that could be one way, an additional way that AFRINIC can support. And finally, some countries in Africa face Forex challenges. And at the moment, AFRINIC only provides for payment of membership fees in dollars. I think this is something that we should rethink and figure out a way as Africa to use African currencies, or some middle ground that is better than the US dollar. I'm not asking you to answer the question. I'm just raising it as an issue. My network in Malawi has not yet paid our January invoice. What are we in now today? We are just about to hit into September.
Okay.
Because Malawi is facing a massive Forex crisis. Even paying a Netflix subscription is a problem. You have to get approval from the Reserve Bank in Malawi.
Yeah.
So how about the $1,540 that I have to pay to AFRINIC? If $7 for my Netflix subscription is a problem. Help me help us, help Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Maybe still on that, on currency, we actually do dollar and euro. And yes, no, I'm not yet done. I'm not yet done. Yes, I know. Please shoot the messenger. No problem. Shoot. I'm here. I've been paid to receive today, so please shoot. No, just joking. But yes, we do. Yes, we are aware of that, and we are aware of the situation. And as you say, the January invoice has not been paid, but still you are using your resources because we know, we are aware. Our way of helping is actually not removing the resources. But yes, but it's well noted. And now on the question on IXP, yes, we actually do more than, it was just a short phrase to not have too much text because I don't like text on slides. But we actually do more than that. We go on the ground, we partner with IXPs, we reach out to our members to invite them whenever the IX is doing an event and help them to reach out to them and go on the ground, talk to people, get more people to get resources to be connected to the IXP, and also to make sure that they understand the value added and give them really all that boost for them to do that. And when needed, also train on everything IXP. Thank you. Yolandi.
Hi. I just want to continue on the comment you've made regarding the IXPs, because I do understand the challenge of finding new peers, especially if there's new ASNs being allocated, and which we've seen is doing quite well. I do think that most of the responsibility of getting these new ASNs connected sits with the IXP. So we as IXPs actually need to keep an eye on what's being allocated and what's happening, and be proactive and reach out to those members. Sometimes you will find that ASNs have been there for quite some time, but they don't even know they have the resources. They don't know how they should be using the ASN. So I think it's a two-way, like you said, it's more a partnership that can be done, but us as IXPs, we should also be looking at this both on the AFRINIC database, the WHOIS, the Peering DB, to try and grow the IXP ecosystem, but also be proactive to speak to networks to encourage them to get their own resources to connect locally at the IXPs. That's just my comment.
Thank you very much, Yolandi.
Are there any more questions? So, for those of you that might not be aware, AFRINIC is still making PDP comments, and this closes on the 21st, and also comments on the bylaws review are closing on the 21st as well, so we encourage you to participate. For everybody that's here, we need you to be able to run the African internet, so please do participate. Thank you.
Okay. So on this note, no, Obina, you are not allowed to ask a question. I can see you from here. Your head is shining. So on this note, thank you very much, and back to you, Isabel.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite our next speaker, who is Rodrigue Gu. Do you mind if I don't mention your second name? He's not here? Okay, what's your name? Jibri will be representing Rodrigue from Smart Africa, and the topic is Smart Africa Internet Governance Update.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Jibril Dem. I'm the project manager in charge of digital infrastructure research. I will be presenting the update of Smart Africa on internet governance today on behalf of Rodrigue. So as you all know, internet infrastructure governance is now a strategic layer, and we think at Smart Africa it's a Africa digital transformation, increase lead demand, how we can govern, coordinate, and also protect those those internet layer. When I'm saying internet layer, it's mostly IXP, DNS, data center, BGP. So from Smart Africa perspective, the Smart Africa Internet Governance Framework, we have four main pillars: the African representation, the regulation and policy, and also the collaboration and cyber diplomacy, and lastly, the infrastructure sovereignty. For all those pillars, we try to have a mostly key objective. For the African representative is mostly to improve and increase African representation during those high summit where there is a question of internet governance and where there is a key decision maker and they can take that decision. Mostly also on the regulation side, we want to improve the implementation of regional and also continental internet governance regulation in Africa to have more impact. For the collaboration and cyber diplomacy also, it's still promoting the mechanism across the internet governance actors. And lastly, the infrastructure sovereignty, it's mostly advocates for foreign and also managing the IP address safeguard digital in Africa. For us, with the support of GIZ and ICANN, we get some funds to finance the Smart Africa Continental Blueprint. On that blueprint, we have some key points. We get the chance to go through it. We have the diagnostic and inception report. We have also the stakeholder mapping, the clustering guideline, and finally, we developed the Continental Blueprint. On that Continental Blueprint, we have a unified continental framework. Sorry, it's not 6, but five action area, where on those 5 action area, you can see we firstly talk about the unified African voice, also the operationalization of KAIGA. KAIGA is the Council of African Internet Governance Agency. Also the capacity building, awareness, and critical infrastructure resilience, and also the continental alignment. All those key pillars will be addressed by Smart Africa. And to address all those pillars, we come with the KAIGA one, which will be a new organ of Smart Africa, but it's still on the process to be launched. We have to pass through the validation process of Smart Africa organ before the launching of the KAIGA. So what is KAIGA? KAIGA is a coordinate mechanism, not a replacement. So when we try to do the consultation with all the ecosystem on internet governance, most of the people was thinking KAIGA is coming to change or replace something which is already existing. It's not really that. It's really a African coordinate and advisory mechanism, a platform where we can give a guidance, consultation, and where we can share opinion, and also even a lot of interaction about the policy. And mostly, KAIGA will be a kind of bridge between the decision maker and the ecosystem actor. Because right now, what we realize is like most of the actors in the ecosystem, there is a big bridge between them and who take the decision in the national part. So, like we say, KAIGA is not here to replace all those organizations which is already doing the good job. We are here to support you, to take away from you, and send to those people who take the decision. And mostly we can adapt the strategy on, depending on the need and also the strategy. So, like I say, we already did a lot of consultation for KAIGA. Currently, we decide we will have the KAIGA Council, which will be hosted by the Secretary of Smart Africa. Like I say, the member of KAIGA will be member state, regulator, expert, private sector, and mostly more ecosystem, internet governance actor. So for the consultation I just mentioned, mostly you can see from 2024, 2025, we create a working group because we get the fund for the blueprint. Based on that, we create a working group where there was a lot of actors. When I say actor, there is a national stakeholder, regulator, minister, and also from the private sector, international stakeholder, all in the ecosystem and internet governance. After that, finally this year in April, we done the national validation, not national, it's like the blueprint validation. Because the Burkina Faso is the flagship country, sometimes when I say national validation, that is what happened to my mind. So we did the validation workshop with the technical people and also government people. We finalized the blueprint. Now we are yet to go through the Smart Africa organ approval for the launch of that blueprint and also mostly for the launch of the KAIGA. So you can see we are here at the AfPIF. The next 2 points is the African IGF and also the global IGF in Nairobi. So between the two events, based on the approval time, we will try to launch also the KAIGA. So where AfPIF input is essential. Here we talk about AfPIF, but all the ecosystem is invited to contribute. When I say where AfPIF input is requested, is mostly the policy gap, technical priority, capacity need, and coordination mechanism. We can get all the information or experience you have on that, share with those stakeholders on the sort of capacity building so they can understand better what you people are doing, what is the next step, what should be the priority for African country. So here again, it's how we can move from the presentation to the joint action. The technical feedback note, stakeholder mapping, see which is the stakeholder, so who need the capacity building, so we will develop together a capacity building package for them, and also a policy technical working channel, so they can even have a channel where they can come to ask directly questions to technical people on a relevant thing. Yeah, so on the same direction, what we seek from AfPIF community is mostly to share operational evidence to us, so we can identify the priority capacity gap, and also if we can have a focal point which can be a point for Smart Africa and also KAIGA to support recommendation which will come from those capacity building exercise and also priority gap identification. Yeah, so that was all for the presentation. Sorry if I was a bit fast, but I'm ready for a question.
Thank you, Jibril. Great presentation. I'd just like to sort of point out, I think, something that maybe is a little bit of a point of concern regarding Smart Africa's not constitution, but some of the organs and operational structures. Of course, the entity or the organization is very powerful and strong because it has the Council of Ministers, right? So you have ministers of information from different countries that come together, and that becomes a very strong instrument within the Smart Africa framework to be able to engage policymakers and, as you said, decision makers, right? However, the reality of most of our African countries is that ministers have a very short lifetime. If the government changes, the minister is gone. So what do we do, right? Because our businesses are here to stay, right? Our strategies, the internet, all the technological environment that we work in is here to stay, and we need some very sustainable approaches. I would like to challenge Smart Africa to reach a little bit deeper within each country into the institutions in those countries. So similar to, for example, in Rwanda, you have RICTA, you have RISA, you have RURA. Engage those counterparts as very key contributors into the Smart Africa framework, but from an African country level, because that's more sustainable. Then when the minister changes, they can be the ones now who update the new minister. This is how we are moving. Not that we wait now for a new person to come in and then we have to start from zero again, right? Just a suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions?
I have my colleague Usman who want to react to that comment as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, and another round of applause for my colleague Gabriel. My name is Osman Issa. I also work for Smart Africa, so I just said let me actually commend our brother for raising that. And it's actually true that it's a risk that we always have to manage. And within Smart Africa, we have the various organs. So the main organs, we have the board. And in fact, the board is actually the presidents of the member states. So you can imagine, that is even worse. And then we have the steering committee. So the steering committee is co-chaired by ITU and Africa Union. So there's a bit of stability there. But certainly the ministers of ICTs are the members of the steering committee. Of course, then we have the secretariat, which is based here in Kigali. So these three make up the main organs. Then we have the consultative organs. So there we have the Council of Africa Regulators. So there's a bit of stability there. And then we have the Council of ICT Agencies. So there's a bit of stability there. And then, of course, we have the those that deal with cybersecurity. And most importantly, we have the Private Sector Forum. So some of the organs, there's a bit of stability. But what we have done to address the concerns that you have mentioned is to have a robust onboarding system. So the next moment you are the minister, there's change in government and you are fired, and then he takes over. So more or less what we try to do is to onboard him quickly and also present to him the decisions that you have taken. We know sometimes it is not all your decisions that he will carry through, but in most cases, there's a bit of continuity. So thank you for raising that. But of course, within Smart Africa, we have put in measures to minimize the risk. So it's a risk that we have really identified, and thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you feel satisfied?
Thank you. I'm Chihuahua Mera. I'm from the regulator of telecommunications in South Africa, ICASA. And I wish that the question I'm about to ask, I should have also asked it when Cedric was still on stage.
We can call him. We can bring him back. Obina, could you bring Cedric?
Oh, he's here. Okay. No, because I touched a bit of it with him yesterday as well. So, as the telecoms regulators, we are also faced with a bit of a problem right now. As we have seen in the past, our communication infrastructure has converged, and I think this is what most of us had been anticipating for the past 20 years, that there will eventually be this kind of convergence between the telecoms and the other spaces that operate in there. And right now, we can clearly see that there is no economical activity that can happen without the communication, so the digital economy being there. And as such, one of the biggest challenges, even last week I was having a meeting with our National Gambling Board regulator, who's complaining about imported illicit trades in the gambling space, right? And I bring this thing because these cyber crimes are actually becoming a new way in which money is being laundered through to different activities. The solution that they were suggesting and the solution that was also being suggested by the broadcasters, because the broadcasters globally are having the similar problem. La Liga tried, so they said, when we had a meeting with them, they said they tried to do the IP blocking, but then came another problem of shared IPs, which is being used by other people as well. But even though the IP was allocated to a critical infrastructure, so someone went in and then they started sharing on that IP, then it becomes a problem because in Italy, they closed it and hospitals were out of support. And that is a big problem, right? And when you look again at the idea of when we give people IP, every sovereign has laws that govern the countries as to how you should come and open a business. I used an example. I said, I can open right now, let's say, for example, bbc.com and read the news from bbc.com. But when we're looking back in the brick and mortar days, when we're doing physical economy, they needed to have a tax number from this country to be able to distribute their news. So what is it that we are doing? And I'm asking this when the Smart Africa and AfriNIC, more importantly, because we need to protect the economical sovereignty of our country as well, while we are embracing and promoting this being in the digital economy. So what are the things and interventions do you think us who are in the telecom space, we can help even these other operators? I mean, there's payments that are being done illicitly. As I indicated, gaming into gambling they're overriding and ignoring the rules of the particular countries. Trades are being bought, are happening. Should we get to the point, and as a regulator, I don't think that's what we should get to, where we now even have to block any IP address that has not been allocated within our country. So if that is the extreme, what do you think needs to be done to get us to the point where we also protect the sovereignties of our countries? Thank you.
Okay. Oh, it was for me. Oh, sorry. That's a very interesting question and a very deep question, because when you talk about sovereignty, every time I mention to people Africa, I say we have 54 countries in Africa, so 54 different contexts, 54 different ways of doing things, and hundreds of thousands of challenges to approach. But what we are, when it comes to what we are doing as AfriNIC, we want to raise awareness, but also educate. We have an online platform for training, but also we go on the ground and we want to educate. We will go engage with all the stakeholders. We will engage with government, we'll engage with Minister of ICT, we'll engage with agencies, will engage with regulator, for them to understand this is internet ecosystem, this is what we are facing, and this is what needs to be looked at. Because at the end of the day, we are not policy, we are part of the internet ecosystem, but our mandate is not to police anybody, so we are just there to support, advise. We'll also go to all the other stakeholders, so the network operator, also raise awareness at their level, reach out to more network operators or potential network operators, making sure that they understand the need for them to have their own resources and to make sure that their identity is actually protected. Sometimes people minimize IPs because we don't see them, especially when you go and talk to a minister or regulator. It's not like back in the days, as you say, when it was PSTN, it was cables that you can touch, that you can see. So when you point at a pole, you say, okay, those are the cables that are going. Now, when you look at the today world where everything is digitalized and everything is IP switching, they just see one cable or they don't even see a cable. So for them, this is not something concrete. So we need to make them understand that even though you don't see it, your device can only be connected because you have IPs. So even when you're talking about transformation, digital transformation, if you don't have IPs, how are you going to succeed? So we are going on the ground. We are trying to do the work, looking at context and adapt our speech to the context. I hope that I've answered the question. Hope that I did not miss anything.
Yeah, Mukom has, I'm sure you have a question or a comment.
Just to add to that.
Okay.
Mukom Taman, Head of Capacity Building at AFINIC. The question the gentleman raised is important. AFINIC cannot do certain things on its own. There's what we do when we go to individual countries and engage with them. But unfortunately, there are certain things that can only be solved when the African entities, whether it's the regulators, choose to use AFINIC's meetings as a platform for solving those problems that cannot be solved within a single country. So if I could challenge you, say, we have the African Government Working Group. If you could bring 5 of your colleagues from neighboring countries and make AFINIC meetings the platform for which you pick one issue and work through it, there'll be amazing things that we can accomplish. So my plea is that we choose to have those conversations about elevating this continent on this continent rather than flying to ad hoc places and doing them. So if you come to those sessions and meet, you'll get all the support from AFINIC and the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukom. I saw Ben and Fiona whispering a little bit. Do you want to add something to it or comment? I'll give you a mic.
Yeah, Ben, so, just on behalf of the AFINIC board, I think Mukom has summarized, to answer your question well, the policies that AFINIC allocates IP addresses and the things that AFINIC does are set by the internet community. So we encourage regulators and those other regulators, but gambling and other things you mentioned, to get involved in the policy development process. So you can sign up to the AFINIC Policy Development Working Group and mailing list. So ICASA, I'm sure there's people there from ICASA, but other South African regulators can join that and become part of setting those policies around IP addresses and getting involved through the government working group, as Mukom just said. I don't think we've announced it, but we expect the next policy development meeting to be in South Africa, so that is the time to get involved. So ICASA, you can encourage those other regulators in the space of business to get involved in the important role of policies for IP addresses in Africa.
Thank you. And if you may stand, please, because you're our next speaker. Oh, before we go, there's a question. Is there a question or comment?
It's still a comment on that.
Okay.
So thank you very much, AFINIC, for the response. And I'm speaking from Smart Africa's perspective. I am Musa Stephen Hondre, project manager for SADA. SADA is the Smart Africa Digital Academy. So at Smart Africa, what we do to solve this problem is we have a flagship project called World Deep, supported by the World Bank, where we plan to train 30,000 policymakers by the end of 2028. 30,000 policymakers, regulators, and decision makers. We believe that as a continent, we are embracing a lot of technologies, and we can't just embrace them like that. We need regulation. We need policies to guide how we go about this. And we have these trainings that we've identified. Currently, we are dealing with 4 thematic areas: broadband and telecommunication, cybersecurity, data governance, and green digital. And then we also have some cross-cutting enabling competencies like AI, smart regulations, and soft skills for digital transformation. what we are doing is we are trying to support the vision of Smart Africa, which is to build a single digital market for Africa. Because we believe that there is a gap on the continent. You have some countries that are really advanced in terms of adopting these technologies, regulating, having policies, and having frameworks in place, while there are some that are lagging behind. We are encouraging harmonization, collaboration between countries. So we have this platform, and we are inviting those who are working in regulations, policy framing, policy or regulation implementation to join the project, so that we can bring the skills on the continent to help our leaders to craft the policies and regulate how we about these activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Musa. It's good to see you again. Our next speaker, as part of this session on internet governance and management, is
Isabel,
yes.
Yes, sorry, just sorry to hijack. Just one thing regarding the what we are doing on the ground, because there was a question that Brian asked, and it was, what can we do better? So just want to emphasize that we are still on there is a community consultation on the amended constitution. Deadline is this end of week, so the 21st of August. You can still comment and say what AFRINIC should do. So please don't forget that. Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Ben Roberts. Topic is proposed OAN technical and operational framework.
Thank you. Yes, so I do wear multiple hats sometimes when coming to these events, but I'm consulting in the space of ICT and ICT development, and as well as being an AFRINIC director. So my name is Ben Roberts. I'm here talking on behalf of Salience Consulting, which is a consulting firm with offices in Europe and Dubai and Kenya. I'm an associate partner in the technical practice and leading the Kenya, which is the Africa office. So I'm here to talk a bit about some of the work that we have been doing at Salience around OANs. I don't know if anyone knows what an OAN is. Who here is working in a mobile operator, a mobile network, mobile service provider? Put your hand up if you're working in MTN, Airtel, anything like that. I might be talking to the wrong audience then, but so One Area Networks is around the mobile business, the mobile roaming business. Obviously, most people in Africa, as you get on the internet, around about 600 million people, you're getting online, mostly through a mobile network for the first time and often most of the time. So mobile networks, MNOs, are the ones who really are connecting most eyeballs to the network. We would like to see more participation, I think, from mobile networks in the world of peering and interconnection. So I want to talk first about how I arrived here. This is not animated. I've got the wrong version, but they're supposed to be animated here. But I flew here from Nairobi. It's about 1.5 hour flight. It's just over 1,000 kilometers from Nairobi to come by road. It takes me about 1.5 hours. But the first thing, I'm not a very regular subscriber of mobile networks. I don't use prepaid. I don't use pay-as-you-go. I have a postpaid line. But my line in Airtel in Kenya is with Airtel Networks. Now, Airtel, they have a service now which, when you're roaming, you can roam in any country where Airtel is. So the first thing I do, get off the plane. First thing, you select your network. So you have to be a bit careful in case you roam onto somebody else's network. So you open up your phone, you turn on, make sure you select the network you're roaming in. Don't leave it be automatic. So you get on the Airtel network, and you'll get a text message saying, "One Airtel, dial *554# to buy roam like home." You can then use a USSD menu, and you can say, "Okay, I want to get 20 GB for 2,100 shillings." And then that will enable you to roam pretty much. I've got a, it's over 30 days. You've got 30 days to use that 20 GB. It enables you to roam in Africa without spending a fortune. It's predictable, and you know what you're doing. So I actually already bought this package. I went to Tanzania last week. I bought it for 30 days, and then I come to Kigali, and I'm still roaming on the same package. I had a trip to Nigeria a few months ago to talk about this one area network roaming with Smart Africa. So the same experience. Airtel are also in Nigeria, so it's the same experience, although it's a lot further. So that's a few thousand kilometers to get to Lagos, but the same experience, fixed price, reliable, and certainty you're not going to get a shock around your bill. However, when I go to South Africa, when I go to AfricaCom, which I'll go to in Africa Tech Festival in November, there isn't Airtel. Airtel are not there in South Africa. I've put a map there of the countries they're in. So you get off the plane in South Africa, and if you allow it to be automatic, you'll roam onto one of the networks, to Vodacom, MTN, and you have no idea how much you're spending, how much data you're using. Almost as you leave the airport, you'll get this text message saying 50% of your monthly usage limit is expired, kindly contact us. You get in the taxi, you get another message, 75%. And then 100% is probably by the time you get to the hotel before you've managed to get onto hotel Wi-Fi. I've got a credit limit of about $50. If you're not careful, you'll spend that without even getting into your bed in the hotel. So that's the sort of bill shock you can get as a postpaid subscriber if you're not careful. So what you tend to do is just turn off roaming altogether all the time, so you make certain that you're not going to get surprised and shocked by this kind of thing. Even ordering an Uber, just turning your data roaming in South Africa to order an Uber when you're in the street, it's going to eat your bundles, eat your money, and it's going to cost you a lot of money. So in contrast, the European Union has no limits, no restrictions, one flat fee. They have a roaming area across the European Union. Now, you see a lot of countries in blue there. I have a line from a country there on the left side that used to be blue, but now it's not part of the blue family anymore. But still, luckily, the United Kingdom, although not being part of the European Union, does participate in, the service providers still participate in a service like the European One Area Network. They were part of it when the European roaming arrangements were introduced, so the Vodafone and other networks are still part of it. So when I travel from United Kingdom to Europe or anywhere in Europe, I'll use that UK line. So I arrive somewhere in the EU, and Vodafone sends me a message saying you can have an 8-day pass for £15. It's about the same price as the Airtel package I was talking about. And that enables you to use your data up to the limit you have on your postpaid package. And you can go anywhere you want, any country in Europe. It's the same. It lasts for a certain number of days. So the main restriction, the main difference is that you don't have to select a Vodafone network. It doesn't matter if you go to a country where Vodafone are not there. You can go to Spain where Vodafone are. You can go to France where you're using SFR and other networks. So there's no restrictions between what family of operators you are working with, and no restrictions on the countries. Voice. I'm not going to talk about voice roaming today. I'm going to focus very much on the data roaming side of things. So there are two technologies, two sort of exchanges for mobile data exchange. There's GOX and IPX. GOX essentially for 2G and 3G mobile data. Best effort, no quality of service guarantees. IP exchange, IPX, is for 4 and 5G data. That includes, can include covering voice, so VoLTE goes over the 4G and 5G. And has quality of service guarantees to enable the voice to be carried. But apart from those differences, they're quite similar. There are about 20 IPX, or just about 20 or more IPX and GOX providers worldwide. It's about the same people. But because there are maybe 1,000 mobile networks, each mobile network can't have an arrangement with every other mobile network. So they have to make arrangement with one of two GRX providers who connect them to all the other mobile networks in the world to enable your data to work when your subscribers travel to another country. But the places where the data is exchanged, the IPX or GRX, are the same places. There are 3 peering exchanges in the world where the IPX, GRX are coming together. It's still at an internet exchange point. It's another virtual LAN, but they're housed at Amsterdam in AFIX. Anyone from AFIX here? I've seen them around, but anyway, but AFIX is hosting their Ashburn in the USA and Singapore as well. So if you're in Africa, your mobile network is in Africa, you're most likely they'll be exchanging their data in the Amsterdam Peering Exchange. But some of them, their GRX provider will be present perhaps in some of the others. So if you travel to the USA, they might be exchanging that data in Ashburn. But market leaders in this hubbing of GRX IPX data, BICS, Belgacom International Carrier Services, Cineverse, Orange, Comphone, these are some of the carriers, the same people who are in the IPX market, and they connect to many more, and it becomes a system of aggregating the mobile data operations. So these are the key differences. As I say, IPX versus GRX, best effort versus quality of service. The European Union has service quality, so the European Union roaming area has benchmarking and regulation really around the service quality, and also has rules in the European Union to stop that bill shock, to make sure that you have some guaranteed, knowing what you're going to pay, some financial limits, 50 euros per billing period. So this has been imposed by regulators, but as part of a wider European Union collaboration. And also because of the quality of service benchmarking, a key benefit is that it forces people then to peer the same. But if you're in Europe, you'll be exchanging all at Amsterdam anyway. But within Africa, we need to have something a bit similar. So these are some of the 20. I mentioned there's 20 plus, but these are the companies that are doing GRX services. Belgacom mentioned, British Telecom, Cable and Wireless, China Mobile for Asia Pacific, CTIC also for China, Comphone, Deutsche Telekom, KPN, so a lot of European carriers, Cineverse, a specialist company, Telstra Australia, TeliaSonera Europe, Tata from India, PCCW from China, Hong Kong. But from African operators, peering and doing GRX services, they're MTN Global Connect Solutions, Baobab, they're here also. I've seen Baobab around, Orange, Orange Group, so it's not Orange Africa, but Orange Group are active in Africa, and they're also present in GRX peering. And then Vodafone Carrier Services, which is affiliated to Vodacom, Safaricom Group. So although these African companies are, these 3 companies having African networks, are very much involved in the GRX IPX exchange. They are not doing any inter-IPX peering in Africa or South America or Pacific. It's only in those 3 regions I mentioned, Singapore, USA, and Amsterdam. So the 4G, 5G traffic, as I said, it's not just data we're talking about here. If you're using VoLTE, that is carrying over the network, but it basically is forming a tunnel. When you travel to another country, it's forming some sort of a tunnel through the GRX IPX exchange back to your home network, and that will be carrying the voice and other services there for the signaling as well as the voice. It's different from the 2G, 3G network, but we're still in a place. We heard earlier from Patrick that a lot of the landlocked countries have not adopted 5G. Very much, so we've seen a situation where a number of countries are still very much reliant on 2G, 3G networks, but we have the more advanced markets have rolled out a lot of 5G and have almost ubiquitous 4G coverage. So each mobile network operator in Africa contracts with one of those GRX providers, and then they will put connectivity back to one of those peering hubs, signaling hubs, and they set up various protocols and communications with those hubs, and that takes care of the billing and exchange of files that is used for charging and billing your roaming. So I think if anyone has seen me presenting here before, this sort of thing might seem familiar. But if you are in DRC, this is an example of packets that are flowing if you're in Kinshasa, and then you're trace routing back to a website that's in Kenya, in Mombasa. You know, often, as we've discussed many times here, we're not interpeering, we're not interconnecting between the regions of East Africa, West Africa. We saw from Patrick a lot of interconnection between Eastern Africa and Southern Africa this morning, but the other regions are not being well interconnected. So it's very common for your internet traffic to go all the way through Europe, be exchanged in an internet exchange point in London or Amsterdam or in Frankfurt. This is the sort of thing we see. So this is from a few years ago, but showing how the latency between Kinshasa and Mombasa was around about 300 milliseconds, where it's, you know, it really should be only about 40 milliseconds if you're taking the most direct path of data. So you can guess what happens with the GRX data. We're exchanging that in Amsterdam. This is when I was in Nigeria the other week. Connecting, I roamed, and I had that you know, superb service from Airtel with in terms of the billing, but if I tried to ping a Kenyan website, it was coming around to about 270 milliseconds because the packets have to go to Amsterdam and then back to my home network before then exiting onto the Kenyan website. And then the same if I'm accessing a British website, that's the BBC, the second trace. The packets have to go to Amsterdam, back to the home network in Kenya, and then they have to go back to UK to get to the BBC's website. So that's around 320 milliseconds. So we're not doing things in the most optimal way. We're exchanging traffic in Europe. We're spending money on IPX ports, which we're giving to operators in Europe, and we're spending money on connectivity to get to the IPX GRX exchange in Europe, as well as providing an inferior customer experience. So this is some data that Salience would put together and looking at what has been the impact when the European Union brought in their one area network. They saw a 435% increase in data versus 2016, 145% increase in call volume, but really incrementally growing in terms of the data usage surge once you've made in predictable pricing and predictable quality of service. East African community have been first in Africa in terms of putting together regional one network areas networks. So Rwanda to South Sudan traffic in the first few months of bringing in a one area network in East Africa saw the voice traffic go up by 5,300%, so absolutely astronomical. Rwanda, Uganda, 500%, and Uganda to Rwanda also going up. So in great credit to Airtel. Airtel here, now I'm here in Kigali. This time, the packets, the latency back to Kenya, back to the Kennet network there, it's a very small writing, but it's 58 milliseconds. So although, it's about 20 milliseconds for a direct path between Kigali and Nairobi, there's a bit of latency from the 4G network, the data exchange. But it's very clear that Airtel are exchanging data directly between Airtel Rwanda and Airtel Kenya. They're not sending it via the internet exchange point in the GRX exchange in Europe. So a big hand of applause to Airtel for doing something right and enabling a service that encourages roaming. So introducing what the one area network is about, these have been doing as regional projects, regional sub-projects. The first implementation of one area network was actually done by the Northern Corridor Transport and Coordination Authority. This is that's put together to coordinate infrastructure of what we call the Northern Corridor, which is Nairobi to Mombasa to Nairobi to Kampala, Kigali. It's this trade corridor that's put together. And so they implemented some one area network first. East African Community have expanded that. And then now ECOWAS has been doing something else in West Africa. ECOWAS region have been putting together regional projects. And then Smart Africa now coming in. We're hearing about the initiatives they're doing, trying to drive this sort of thing, coordinate regional projects together, and look at the whole initiative as a whole. So we've been helping all these different, Smart Africa and ECOWAS and EAC have been helping them on all of these initiatives. And what are the proposals? How does it, what are the main things that need to be done? So network access, you've got to have access to the available network technologies that deal with the disparities between 4G and 5G and 2G. Routing of data traffic, we've talked a lot about. Interconnection, that means interconnection to the IPX ecosystem, which means infrastructure. So to really do it efficiently, you need to put some infrastructure to make sure the most direct connectivity is there. Technology environment, so trying to get to something like the European Union has, how do we make the experience in Africa be like the experience in Europe? One of the reasons that this is being driven by, so East African Community, ECOWAS, these are economic councils. So their job is to increase trade and travel between the economic groups. And I think it's pretty obvious. If you want to go and do business in a country, you actually want your communications to work. When you travel and arrive in that country, you want your number to work, you want your data to work. So this is why the economic councils are getting involved. But you have to deal with certain things to manage SIM verification. They don't want to have people permanently roaming. They don't want to see that somebody sees a line is cheaper in Ghana than it is in Togo, so they go to Togo, buy a the Togolese go to Ghana, they buy a cheaper SIM card and then go back to their country. So we're not encouraging people to be permanently roaming in other countries to avoid paying the same fees. The idea is to improve roaming itself with real human beings. So this is the current state of IPX peering. I mentioned it's all exchange in Europe. Even companies like MTN, who are then, when they're peering with Orange or Airtel, they're doing that in Europe. So I mentioned all the global peering points. I think the proposed one area network improvements is to establish more IPX nodes within African countries, to establish those within the main peering points, and encourage, where it's technically and economically reasonable, to establish those direct regional roaming partners. We've seen this data from Patrick this morning, how the regional hubs have been emerging, and the pipes between the regional hubs are getting fatter and fatter every year. So the recommendation, of course, is to have some sort of GeoX, IPX hubs covering all of those major hubs. Primary hub, South Africa, NAP Africa has the biggest internet exchange point on the continent. It's one of the biggest in the world. East Africa, also a very large internet exchange for the region, has also been establishing an IPX GeoX hub. And West Africa, you're looking at one of these countries that probably is now becoming concentration of hubs. To make this happen, it is not happening naturally. Mobile networks are enjoying keeping prices very high. So the proposal is to do this by regulation. This was how it was done in Europe. So starts with multilateral agreements between the countries, developing then regional regulation frameworks and cross-border interconnection frameworks. That means, I think this is more for the voice side, but I think the data side, I'm going to come to, it can be done more simply. But then, the instrument for delivering regulation is at national level. The regulators are national regulators. The regulator of Cameroon can't tell an operator in Liberia what to do, so it has to be the regulator in Cameroon that does that. So you need collaboration. If you want to have the same harmonized pricing, two regulators have got to collaborate. Liberian regulators got to say the Liberian operators do this. The Cameroonian operators have to say Cameroonian operators do that. So for consumer point of view, what is the benefit? So you have automatic roaming notification, price transparency, fair use policies, prevention of roaming between, say when you're near the border, permanently roaming, guaranteed access to emergency services on the voice side, and itemized billing and clearer billing on data. So the aim is to, improve services for the consumer, but also make it easier, make it more simpler. You don't have to do that, selecting your network and then going to the shop and buying another SIM card and all these other things, or buying a roaming SIM card. Make things simpler for the mobile networks, make things simpler for the African travelers who are moving around, particularly doing business and doing internet conferences like this. So these are the main proposals from a technical side. Establish inter-African IPX peering nodes, expand the IPX node presence, service party obligations, regional arrangements, and prevention of bill shock. To do that, this needs harmonized testing frameworks. I think some of these things are in place from GSMA anyway, but making sure that these are built into the initiatives. Coordinating the network upgrades in terms of those Gs, making sure that as a region, perhaps the adoption of technology is happening at the same time. Shared implementation guidelines, an African data clearinghouse. So the billing side of this requires exchanging of those TAP files that were mentioned earlier, which is to clear and do the billing. And then, it is proposed to have mandatory cross-border interconnection offers. A lot of people will feel differently about mandatory interconnection. There's only two ways I know to motivate people, and that's the carrot and the stick. So the carrot is the incentives. Why should we do this? Reduced latency and improved quality of service, increased customer satisfaction, technical collaboration. We do that here. We make lots of friends doing technical collaboration. Use the existing IXP infrastructure, NAP Africa, KIXP, IXPN. These are already big exchanges. How do we host that GRX IPX peering on existing infrastructures? Clear, quantifiable commercial benefits, and last again, increased customer satisfaction, happy roamers. That's the incentives. That is the thing we can do here together. What will come for the MNOs is the stick, the penalties and the regulation, enforced price wholesale ceilings, quality of service compliance obligations, mandatory reporting and monitoring, dispute resolution and escalation, national transportation deadlines. So that is, I think if it hasn't happened naturally by itself, there's a resistance to it, hence the need for the application of the stick. But when it comes to sorting this out, let us focus on the carrots. So a call to action really is how can the technical community, that is people here, internet exchange points, mobile network, mobile service providers, GRX, IPX providers, data centers, backbone providers, and all of those, how do we collaborate to implement the one area network for the benefit of African roaming subscribers? Thank you very much. I end there.
Do we have any questions for Ben?
Hi, Ben. It's me again. I'm sure you might have anticipated as a telecoms regulator that you were speaking my language and right to me mostly, especially on the mobile side. So what I would like to know from yourself now when you were showing this, and especially where you showed that in Europe they ensure that there's SIM verification that occurs more frequently. Because right now we have a new sector that is popped up in the MNO space, which is the MVNOs, and it has come in with a very new troublesome baby called the travel SIMs. So how are they ensuring? Because I mean, right now you probably find that almost everyone has got the travel SIMs, and they're now even using the network in those local countries, as you said as well, for example, to say they can go buy and use from other country because it's cheaper there. So how can the other countries, and especially us on this side, where we don't even have much of that verification system in place at the current moment, is there something that we need to think of, or is there a way that could be dealt with quickly using existing laws? Because I realized that majority of our regulations were PSTN based. And as such, it is making things more tricky when now we're working on the VoLT space. So what would you suggest? Sorry for putting you in the spot, but yeah, please.
That's a very excellent question. Travel sims, for those who don't know how they work, would be a sim. It's coming from some place, not in Africa, that has a mobile network, and probably one that doesn't have very many subscribers, but has lots of roaming agreements. So it might be some island in the Caribbean or something like this. So if you buy a travel sim, then for doing a roaming data, you might pay a flat fee for roaming, but it means your data goes back to that home network in Jamaica and then is exchanged in the, so it's not an optimal experience. It works and it gives you a flat fee, but they're taking advantage of roaming arrangements that are in place between these very small operators that don't have many. I must say it's mostly operators that don't have many subscribers, and then they sell those travel sims. I don't really use travel sims. I'm very conscious of. I think they might be used for surveillance. That's my feeling. So I don't use travel sims. I'd rather use Airtel and just travel around Africa. In answer to the regulation side, look, people are using travel sims because the MNOs have made the experience unpleasant. They've made these things of bill shock and price and having to change your network and other things. By making it unpleasant for the consumer, the travel sim are coming in and offering a product that the MNOs are not offering and should be offering. If the regulators do intervene and say, okay, we want quality of service and we want these tariffs and limit the data pricing, there'll be no business case for travel sims. There'll be no reason to pick up a travel sim. You'll just go and roam from, when I travel to South Africa, I'll happily roam in South Africa and happily travel back to Kenya. So I won't need to go and get a sim at the airport. I won't need to prepare in advance and get a travel sim from some exotic country somewhere in the world. So I think this is it is a case of regulation has been too slow. European Union did this well over 10 years ago because it was becoming a problem for trade and tourism within European Union. And I think African regulators now are waking up, Smart Africa is helping them, are waking up to the fact, and the regional economic councils, that these costs are making it hard to travel. I'd like to see airlines do the same thing and reduce intra-African airline prices as well. So, and visas for that matter too. Thank you. Does that answer your question?
Do you have any more?
Yes.
There's a queue. There's a mic over there. Yeah, there's a mic there. Oh, Fiona. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Fiona Songa, CEO of the Technology Service Providers Association of Kenya. I would just like to bring to the attention of the room that in 2017, through the project that was run by ISOC and the African Union, we got a grant. In our proposal, we had put in a proposal to be financed to set up a global roaming exchange for Africa, a GRX. We did get the funding, we got the equipment, we put the GRX in place in Nairobi. Then we did testing with the local mobile network operators. And I like what Ben is saying, the call for regulators to wake up. Because they tested, they said, good, this setup is really good. And it works. But we are going to lose roaming revenue. And unless the regulator has to force us to use it, we are not going to use it. So from 2017, we have made sure we maintain the setup. We did also include, come and upgrade it in 2019 with the support of PCCW to be an IPX as well, so we can do both. And even then, they tested. There are two main operators in Kenya. They each tested, they each gave us reports saying, good setup, it works. But our roaming money, how are we replacing it? And I'm like, but the consumers will come and you'll have more consumers and therefore they'll use and it will make up. For me, I see where they can recover their money. And so to date, The GRX for Africa has not taken off because MNOs are still collecting coins from roaming. Can regulators take the stick? Please. Because if one of East Africa's largest MNO has said it works, Safaricom, Airtel, MTN have come and tried it, it works, but give me roaming revenue. Me, I have no roaming revenue to give. I just want the end user to have a good experience. I want us to travel freely with our normal SIMs and pay our normal rates that we have signed up on in the countries where we come from. And the other thing to add to this that regulators need to pay attention to is this border point roaming. I come from a village on the border point. When I go to the village, I'm roaming in the other country perpetually, 24/7. My mother roams throughout. We buy airtime for her to roam because we've tried to solve it, and it's not getting solved. Can we solve our border issues and this roaming thing once and for all? Smart Africa, I will be on your tail because we have to change as a continent. We have to give our people what works, what is affordable, and what makes sense. The people in the rural areas who have been forced to roam on other networks, it doesn't make sense. We are taking into their small revenue. So Smart Africa, I'll be your supervisor. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take one more question.
Mine is a contribution and to build on what Dr. Fiona has mentioned. And certainly Smart Africa, we are really committed to ensuring that we address this issue. And thank you very much, Ben. We've been working with Salence. Salence is our main consultant on this project. So for about 10 years ago, we got the mandate from our board. And like I mentioned earlier on, the board is made up of the presidents of the member states of Smart Africa. Currently, we have about 42 member states. So we've been working with the RECs, that is the regional economic communities. Ben also mentioned it. And what we have realized is that there's a need for us to work together. We have identified some issues. Some of them are regulatory. And we cannot use price caps alone to address the issues. So what it means is that the regulatory framework for each region is being worked on using the EAC as a blueprint. Recently, I was in Dar es Salaam. You realize that the voice for EAC is working, and they are working together to improve and update the regulation to now capture the data part. And again, Salence is the main consultant there. So we've been working with the other regions, CIMAC, and also the Southern Africa region, together with CRASA. In October, we will be in Botswana to meet with the member states. But in 2027, we are going to work with the stakeholders to make sure that we address for each region the regulatory framework. Again, the routing of traffic within the continent is left to service providers, particularly the Big Five. Traditionally, when it comes to routing of traffic at the national level, you will realize that the regulators are really very keen in terms of interconnect and what is happening in their respective countries. But we are at a stage where regulators have to work together and be mindful of how traffic is routed within the continent. So again, each REC is working on identifying areas and how to optimally route the traffic. Fine, there's a need for us to address the regulatory part, but there are some structural issues. So the structural part, and Fiona, be rest assured, like I mentioned yesterday, we'll work to ensure that that equipment is actually put into use. Because if you look at the data presented by Ben, in Europe and wherever this is done, the uptake of traffic will make up for the so-called revenue loss. So there's going to be, through Smart Africa Digital Academy under the WADIP, there's going to be a continental steering project committee that will also include the mobile network operators, particularly the big five. Let's talk about the issues. What are their fears? Let's talk about them. Let's look at the numbers. And eventually, if it means we invest together with them to solve the problem, we do it. So Fiona, be rest assured, and many of the stakeholders here, Smart Africa is really leading the cause to ensure that at least we make sure that we have the one African network operating in Africa, so that when you have your service and you move from one country to another, you can use the service as if you are using it at your home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you very much. Before we go to the peering personas, I would like to invite the last three speakers. the three speakers, Ben, Cedric, and Monsieur, that name, Djibril.
While okay, great. If you've submitted your slides for peering personals, please come forward. We're out of time, so we need to be fast about this.
So, yes. Okay, cool. So for this round, we have Camix, Canal Box Telecom, please.
Mike.
Canal Box Telecom, UIXP, Renew, Main One / Equinix, Sparkle, BSA, Zscaler, AFIX Solution, Frontier Optical Network, KIXP, and Isabel. G-Core. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike, to talk about Canal Box, very fast-growing FTTH service provider. We peer at Rhinex as 36942. All our details are on Peering DB. Please do find us there. Other locations that we peer in East Africa, we are at KXP, UXP, of course, Rhinex. Central Africa, we are in Congo, Brazzaville. We are in Kinshasa. We are in Gabon. We are in Goma. West Africa, in Accra, Burkina Faso, Ouaga, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, and South Africa, of course, in Upper Africa, Joburg, Cape Town, and Durban. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patience. So we are the Uganda Internet Exchange Point, UIXP. We have 36 connected networks, a mix of access, carrier, CDNs, the REN, government, and some enterprise networks. We do both bilateral and multilateral peering, and we are in 2 locations, that's Communications House and Raxio. You're welcome to peer with us. Thank you. In another hat, I also represent RENU. REN is the Research and Education Network for Uganda. And we are also present at Raxio and Airtel House. Our details are within the peering DB, and we have an open peering policy. You're welcome to peer with us. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sunday Abu, and I work for Equinix, main one. We are AS37282, and we have peerings across Africa and Europe. So in Africa, we pair with M6 Lagos and IXP and Lagos at the LG1 data center. In Ghana, we're at the Geeks. In Cote d'Ivoire, we're also at Civics. And then in London, we pair with the London Internet Exchange Point and DKIX Lisbon. And then we have logical connections to Frankfurt, Marseille, and Madrid. Our peering policy is selective, and our contact information is here. Main one peering at equinix.com, and then the peering DB information. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Arnaud Keller representing Sparkle. Sparkle is one of the major tier 1 IP provider in the world. We are an Italian company. Our AS number is 6762. We have presence in more than 150 POPs all over the world. As far as Africa is concerned, we are in Lagos, in Digital Realty Loss 1, and soon in September in Equinix LG1 or LG2. And we are also in South Africa, in Johannesburg, Terraco. You can contact me for any request. For the remaining part of your traffic that you cannot get on IXP, I'm here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Gishane, coming from a company known as BSA, based out in Nairobi, Kenya. What we offer is pretty simple. We do data center monitoring and rack level monitoring for IXP, ISPs, data centers, and managed services. We help you protect your infrastructure and help you grow your revenue using our technology. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Judy De Dios from Zscaler, a cloud security company based in the US. We have 3 AS numbers, but for Africa we use the EMEA ASN 62044. We have a balanced traffic profile and a wide open peering policy. So our peering locations, you can check it on Peering DB, but for Africa we are located in Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Lagos. Peering DB entry, yeah, you can check it as well. And I will be your contact person. I'm doing global peering for Zscaler. Thank you, happy peering.
Hello, this is Eliud from Avitech. We're in the cloud space in Africa. We want to be the Google of Africa, Google Cloud. We also do some networking. We connect with the IXs, then we transport the capacities to the edge, to the smaller ISPs. They can get our capacities nearest to our POPs. For the clouds, we offer storage, compute, VMs, anything that Google Cloud can offer you, you can get it at Avitech Cloud. Thank you. And for peering from KXP, and iColor as well. ADC and iColor. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Jambu. That's how we say hi from Kenya. So my name is Abdul Mohammed. I represent Frontier Optical Networks at Tier 2 ISP. Our IS number is 37305. We peer at mostly or nearly all the internet exchange points in Nairobi and Mombasa. And our facilities, our exchange facilities, Africa data centers, ICOLO, and also in Mombasa. We are also available in the SECOM cable landing stations. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Milka Muga from TESPOC, Technology Service Providers of Kenya. We run the Kenya Internet Exchange Point. It is built, owned, and run by the community. Our AS number is 37704. We have 2 POPs. One is KXP Nairobi, that is in 5 data centers, Ikolo, ADC, IX Africa, Pikes, and Konza. And the second POP for KXP Mombasa is Ikolo Mombasa 1 and Mombasa 2. We do both open and bilateral peering. And coming soon, we are looking at having availability of 400 gig ports and also opening up community POPs around the country. You can visit us at Britam, 25th floor, and our email at bizdev. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Isabel from GCore. We are a content provider with 210 points of presence globally and over 14,000 peering partners. Our ASN is 199524. Our peering policy is selective. So if you'd like to peer with us, please send us an email at peering@gcore.com, or you could find me in the corridors while we're still here, and let's have a chat. Happy peering.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them. I know that you guys are tired, but please, thank you. Thank you for all the people that just passed. So we are still doing peering personnel tomorrow, so it will be the last session for peering personnel for this AfPIF. You still have opportunity to send. Please don't be like Obina, because Obina is always, he will wait last minute to send, so please send on time. Still have tomorrow. It will be before the last session. On this note, Michelle, the mic is yours.
Okay, thanks everyone. Just a little bit of housekeeping before we close the plenary session. One, we have a workshop downstairs if you registered, traffic flow monitoring. If you want to know who you should be peering with, you need to be able to monitor your flows and know where your traffic is going. So we have a workshop downstairs in Muhazi room with a sign on the door, so you can go there. It's 4 to 5:30, and we'll still have some buses. Let me carry on. And second, we have our social tonight. This is hosted by Richter and their friends. So an update, everyone is invited to the social. Please ensure that you bring your badge and you get a dot like this, a red one on your badge in order to access the venue. The venue will be at Movenpick, so please join us there. There'll be buses from 4 to 5:30 just by the reception, and you'll be guided appropriately. That should run till about 9, 10 o'clock, and we're looking forward to seeing everyone there. For tomorrow's session, because the party will be very fun, please make sure you show up tomorrow morning at 8, at 9 o'clock. 8 o'clock for your bilateral meetings and 9 in the plenary session. We still have lots of exciting talks for you. So we're looking forward to seeing you. Checking if I've missed anything else before we close. Yes, remember to rate the talks umbrella. There's a feedback option. We want to hear from you. Want to see how we can make it better next year and improve. And finally, want to thank our sponsors to enable us to have this event. And for all of you for participating all day long, we really appreciate it. So have a great evening and see you later. Okay.
Please, a reminder to leave the headset on the table. Before you go, the headset, please leave them on the table before leaving the room. Thank you.